understood anything. Avyakta. Listen, what we call parallel universe, unmanifest, avyakta, the delusion component of Mahadeva, Throbhava, cannot be exactly translated as delusion. It should only be translated as ununderstandable, ununderstood, or unknown.
Understanding the 25 heads of MahaSadashiva. How many of you? Okay, let me start with this. What did each of you understand firstly? How many of you cognized what Swamiji revealed in this segment? Understanding the 25 heads of MahaSadashiva and understanding the sound, anti-sound, matter, antimatter, and understanding how he exists, how MahaSadashiva, the form of MahaSadashiva exists. What did each of you understand? Can I request all the participants to take a few minutes and share? This is a very, very powerful, very beautiful truth that Swamiji has revealed. Understanding how MahaSadashiva, the form, exists. And you know what is interesting? You cognizing the whole existence, the manifestation inside of you. How so you may wonder all these concepts, like earlier, right? Earlier on, I used to always think all these concepts. Okay, what about it? What about matter, antimatter? And there were these when I was in Gurukul initially. I used to read some of these Stephen Hawking's book. He'd written one about the quantum theory and about the universe. So I was just a little intrigued when I started reading. But halfway through, I just lost my passion or interest for it because I thought, okay, how is this relevant to my life? How is it going to be relevant to me? But then during MahaSadashivoham time, when 2017, when Swamiji was revealing these truths, I started understanding how much the universe is, it makes sense to our life, how much it's connected to us. And understanding about the universe enables you to harness the different powers that the universe has, which we don't access, which we don't use. Or let me put it this way, which we don't even know exist. So we lose out on using them. Do you know that the stars speak a language to us? The energies of the universe, the waves, where the moon is, and what the cosmos has conveys something to us. And so does understanding what these deities represent. These forms are not simply, it is not randomly that 25 heads are placed on MahaSadashiva. No. What Swamiji detailed out is something phenomenal. It represents how you surpass one dimension to another dimension to the next to generate the higher dimensions, the next levels. Physics understood about quantum theory, atoms, subatomic particles, and then they started understanding about quarks, and then they started understanding about the string theory, basically. And they started understanding deeper and deeper about this. But it is taking thousands of years for science to grasp. But just our enlightened masters who delved into our scriptures were able to understand these sciences so precisely because the source of the creation, Paramashiva, the gods have embedded these sciences, encoded these sciences through the scriptures and passed it on to us. It's just that we are not in touch with the language that it's passed on to. And that is why avatars come. They need to communicate in a language that me or you can understand, and we can benefit from these signs. So someone has already put it all out there, and it's just a matter of you reading it and understanding it. And that is precisely what Swamiji is bridging it for us. This is such a unique, such an important concept. Ma Krista Hetman, understand, you said, right? You were very excited. You were so surprised when you saw the straw move and how the whole manifestation happened. Understand, at those moments, you are tuning in not as a Krista Hetman or not as a mom, not as a woman, not even in the human realm. You are connecting to your highest reality, which is in tune with the universe's thought current, which is in tune with the frequency that the universe functions. That's why Swamiji said, if you are able to teleport, that means you are producing antimatter. If you are able to move the matter in front of you, there is some energy that you're harnessing, which is not connected to you, or I should say, which is not really cognized by us in this physical realm, but it exists. So we are learning about how you can practically harness these sciences in your day-to-day life. And that is the power, that is the way the whole universe, cosmos, manifests functions and lives and radiates through us. So please understand, each time when all of us experience these powerful cognitions, when you're listening to these truths, these are all not some very nice, very good brain candies to hear. These are science, science that will make sense to you much more than anything else. If you learn about this, Swamiji said that length becoming breadth, breadth becoming depth. At that juncture, Shabda, Nada is generated. The Nada Tattva. Like this, each dimension, the merging of these dimensions represents or gives birth to the higher dimensions. And this is what is Shiva Vidya. Identity awakening in us. And just these calculations that Swamiji revealed, if you understand that, you will just know how your brain expands. You'll be able to see it. The conscious elasticity happens inside of us. Okay, let's do this. Can each of you close your eyes for a few minutes? Close your eyes. Okay. Can I ask each of you to visualize Paramashiva? Visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes. Visualize it. It's okay if you take time. Just visualize. Close your eyes. Visualize MahaSadashiva, Paramashiva. Visualize the 25 heads. Now, can I request each of you to hold on to this visualization and write down in the first layer how many heads are there, in the second layer how many heads are there, in the third layer how many heads are there. Come on, let's see. You're all going to just visualize. You're not going to Google see an image and count it. You're just going to visualize as MahaSadashiva. Now I see everyone's eyes opening up wide. Yes, you have to go ahead and count exactly how many heads are there in each of these rows. So the first layer, how many? The second layer has how many? The third, how many? The fourth, how many? And the fifth layer, how many? Come on. Please start. Please write it down. Understand when you count that, actually your brain expands. I'll give you all a few minutes. Take a few minutes and please count. Write down. In each layer, write it down. In each of the layers, please pen down. Take a few minutes. Count in each of the layers. See, just visualize. When you visualize itself, your brain has to awaken. Your brain has to expand, experience a conscious elasticity. Please count and write it down. You all can see here. So in each layer, how many are there? How many of you finished? Please post your calculations. Okay. Okay, Ma Yoruzu is saying, Ma, please explain. I'm very confused about the heads. Okay. So I'll explain to you all about what these 25 faces are. Please understand. These 25 faces represent Paramashiva's manifestations in each form. See, Ma, Yoruzu, when Paramashiva performs the Srishti and when he performs the um, sustenance, when he performs rejuvenation, each of these acts that he does, each of these panchakrityas that he does, each of this is the 25 different identities. See, it is countless. Any identity is part of MahaSadashiva. But the main 25 faces represents the 25 different identities: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation, all of them. So they all represent the Panchakritya of Paramashiva. The permutation combination of all of these put together makes up these 25 heads. Okay, so I'll quickly tell you all the answer. So the answer is 97531. Okay, let's see how many of you got it right. 97531. Yes. See, actually, when you count it later on, when you projected a picture, when you visualize, when you understand these layers of Paramashiva, like the faces, what each of them represents, you will start understanding the various different dimensions in which Paramashiva manifests. It's just to meditate. Length, which is basically logic, breadth, crisscrossing of length and breadth, depth is born. When the length and breadth gets matured to depth, not only depth is born, in depth, there are many other things that are born. When, for example, when water and land mix up together, water is separate, land is separate. When water and land mix up together, not only fertile land is born, the more many other things happen along with it. Like there are so many things that are born out of that fertile land. You get so many different elements, you get so many mineral soil, so many different things happen at that time. The very fundamental properties itself start transforming. Are you all understanding? The very fundamental properties of um, the fertile soil is completely different from this water and land as separate units. Now, understanding these panchakrityas of Paramashiva, the 5 different cosmic acts of Paramashiva, will enable you to cognize these existence as he manifests. Now, I request every one of you to sit. Let us enter into the next round of being able to move a matter. This time, you're not going to move it in the water. So, you're not going to just move it in the water. You're going to try and levitate an object in water. Are we all ready? Will you all start? Can I request every one of you to put maybe a grain of rice or an eraser, not something too heavy, at the same time, not something that already floats. It should just be something that can float in water, but which is right now not floating. Like a piece of eraser, or let's say a grain, something that's heavy, or some peel, something like that. You can just put it in the water. What you're going to be doing now is you're going to be levitating that object in water. Listen very carefully. Water has the ability to respond to your thoughts. Water responds. The molecules in water can quickly absorb and grasp our thoughts, our emotions. So the water particles get the form that they take, they are directly impacted by the thoughts that you hold, the cognitions that you cherish. Okay. Now, what you're going to do is you're simply going to visualize MahaSadashiva, the 25 heads of MahaSadashiva, and look at the water. With that, you're going to be able to levitate the object in the water. Understanding? Can I request everyone to put the glass of water in front of the camera, please? See, all of you can see. I'm just going to show you all very quickly a short experiment that happened, which will show us the um, different ways that water responds to our thoughts. Okay, I request every one of you to please see this for a few minutes. So this was an experiment that was conducted, which by Dr. Masaru Emoto from Japan, and he took water samples from one river and he put them in three different glasses. The first glass, he speaks the words, beautiful words like harmony, eternal, and he studied under the microscope the responses of water molecules when good words were uttered. This is for the bad words, when the word Hitler was uttered. Same way when the word love and gratitude were uttered. Joy. So you can see these are real-time pictures of how water molecules responded and how for each of the word, the water molecules formed a particular structure. You can see when the word evil is uttered, the whole water molecule gets disturbed. Peace, you can see how beautifully it forms together. Before prayer and after prayer. And see the impact of words and understand these are not just words alone. Remember, every time you are interacting with the water, how will the water know the meaning of what Hitler is? It does not respond to your words, it responds to your thoughts and your space. It's not just words. Okay, you can keep being very violent inside and say, I love you outside. Water will still not respond to it. It's the emotion, it's the thoughts, the space that you cherish inside of you. How many of you are understanding that? How many of you seeing this? Your words have power. Your space has tremendous power over existence. Each of you place water can immediately observe and respond to your thoughts, your space. Exactly, that's right, Makrista. Now, each of you put a glass of water and put something that you can levitate. You only need to visualize your MahaSadashiva, 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes. Sit and chant the Mahavakya from that space. You will actually see physically the matter will start moving. The water will respond to you. It's a simple, straight science. Someone who is not even initiated, just a scientist, he was able to create such an impact in the water. Now, we're all initiated beings who are becoming superconscious beings guided by the avatar. It is even more easier for us to manifest. Just sit now. Put a glass of water, keep eraser, grain, anything. Your only focus is visualizing you are MahaSadashiva, and with that visualization, commanding for the object to levitate. Declare that space of oneness in you and start the manifestation. See, it is again and again, remember, it's the power of space. So, what you create the space for matters. Hold the space of completion in you, and water will reflect that exact same thing. Please start the manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
That's all the
Paramashivoham.
Krishna. How many of you have started meditation?
Om
How many of
Nithyananda.
you have started manifesting? How many of you see that object is actually moving? Wow. I see Ma Parameshwari, Ma Jayanti, Ma Pramila Mansi, and Ma Fatima Devistani, Ma Krishna, Ma Bhavani. Please understand. Ma Krishna, please, all of you please understand. This is when you are manifesting your power, when you move the matter in front of you, especially with water, it is at least 5 times more severe because that's a medium that responds very, very fast. You literally experience. So understand, you can literally experience the manifestation, the object moving existence just by your conscious will. And it's very easily happening. Now, as all of us are doing this manifestation, we are going to be entering into a very, very important very important section where we're going to be understanding about who is MahaSadashiva Murthi and what does he represent? What are the principles of his transform? So let us listen to that revelation now.
In Kailasa, Paramashiva Jnana, the knowledge of Paramashiva exists as pure frequency, nada and bindu, means sound and visualization. I map that down into Sanskrit, then it becomes concepts and principles. I map that down to English, then it becomes long sentences. That is why my satsangs are long sentences. So let me repeat now. Manifestation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, enlightenment, liberation. These 5. Paramashiva does these 5 as Sadashiva with 5 faces. Satyojata, Vamadeva, Tatpurusha, Ahora, Ishana. Listen. Satyojata, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Ishana. Let me repeat. Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Agora, Ishana and Satyojata. Listen intensely. Listen sincerely. Satyojata face of Paramashiva does creation, manifestation. It is the face facing western direction. It does manifestation, Satyojata. Then Vamadeva does sustenance. Agora does rejuvenation. Tatpurusha does pulling out of delusion. Ishana does liberation. The Ishana face is looking upper direction. Listen, I'll repeat. Satyojata does manifestation. It is facing western direction. Vamadeva does sustenance, faces north direction. Agora does rejuvenation, faces south direction. Tatpurusha does pulling out of delusion, faces east direction. Ishana faces upper direction and that does the job of liberation. Now listen. The Sadashiva, he exists doing these 5 Panchakritya. Each phase, PHASE of Sadashiva, for example, the Ishana, PHASC of Sadashiva, as Ishana Murti, he does separately 5. Tatpurusha Murti, he does separately 5 action. Agora Murti, he does separately 5 actions. Vamadeva Murti does separately 5 actions. Satyojata Murti does separately 5 actions. I'll tell you one by one. Sadashiva has 5 PHASES, paces, not faces alone, paces. Each pace has 5 faces. I'll reveal step by step. Internalize. It is very important for anybody who want to be my follower, because Only if you know what is Paramashiva, you will understand the meaning of Paramashivoham. This whole thing is not just happening in Kailasa, it is happening inside you. It is happening inside your brain now. It is happening inside you now. Paramashiva is sitting inside you now. When first time Arunagiri Yogeshwara told me this, I literally jumped and touched my own feet and put it on my own head. I became so excited. I did not know what to do. Because when Arunagiri Yogeshwara was telling me this truth, it was so alive and real. Listen, please listen. Sadashiva has 5 phases, PHASES, phases. That 5 phases does creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Now, each phase, for example, creation, manifestation phase, that is Satyojata. That creation phase has 5 phases. How you know? Manifesting manifestation, manifesting sustenance, manifesting rejuvenation, destruction, manifesting pulling out of delusion, manifesting liberation. How can liberation come into existence unless it is manifested? How can sustenance happen unless it is manifested? So, the manifestation PHASES, phase of Paramashiva, has 5 phases, FASCE. Manifestation phase of Sadashiva has 5 phases. So manifestation itself is 5 level. So that is 5 phase. Then sustenance is 5 level. That is 5 phase. Then rejuvenation is 5 level. That is 5 phase. Pulling out of delusion is 5 level. That is 5 phase. Liberation is 5 level. That is 5 phase. All these 5 into 5, 25 phases put together is MahaSadashiva. Principle of creation getting created. Creation energy getting created. So, the permutation combination of all these 5 into 5 is 25. All the 25 happening in you now. Listen. If you meditate on this, you will understand. Some people manifesting in your life is creation. Some people leaving your life is rejuvenation. Some people getting back to your life is pulling out of delusion. Some people are adding bliss, joy to you, and you adding bliss and joy to them is liberation. All this, understand, whether it is people, places, object, health, anything you experience, it is all just the 25 principles manifesting, happening in you. If you are fighting with that happening, you are Jiva. If you are master of that happening, you are Shiva. If you sit now and complete with all these 25 happenings in your life, internally, externally. Internally. Some good things getting created. Some things which you think as good getting destroyed, rejuvenated. Some things getting pulled out of delusion. Some things getting liberated. Listen carefully. Everything happening in you is auspicious. If you understand that, you are Shiva. Inside you, outside you, everything happening is auspicious. I tell you, once you are initiated, once you are initiated, once you are my disciple, listen very clearly. Even if you think in your life things are falling apart, they are falling in proper place. Understand? Nothing is falling apart. They are all falling in place. Once you are initiated, you are integrated to Guru, Linga, Sangha. I tell you, nothing falls apart. You may, even if you think things are falling apart in your life, they all fall in place. Understand that. Nothing falls apart. Everything happening is auspicious. Everything is falling in place for the higher purpose. I tell you. Once you sit with that clarity, you are Shiva. If you are able to come to that clarity in your life, you are master of your life. You are Ishvara. I tell you, whoever is constantly in firefighting mode internally lives as Jiva. Whoever lives in ferocious mode internally lives as Shiva. Listen, please listen. Whatever is happening is auspicious. Things are not falling apart in your life, they are falling in place in your life for your higher purpose. Listen carefully. This five, like creation, sustenance, nation of delusion, liberation. These five principles means like creation of the universe is creation. The permutation combination of this 5 into 5, 25, is happening constantly in you. So understand the truth. Everything happening in your life is auspiciousness. With this one truth, one powerful cognition, if you sit and bring this clarity, completion, joy, restful awareness, this one principle in your life alive, then you are free from death. You are free from death. I can give you thousands of sacred secrets about death. Just catch this one truth. Everything happening in you is this 25 activities happening in your life internally, externally. In Vedas and Agamas, in Hindu tradition, now this moment is not emptiness or nothingness, it is Purna, complete, everything. This moment, this chana, this second, now is the time Kala Bhairava meets our consciousness. And in this moment, universes come in, exists, dissolve, gets pulled out of delusion and gets liberated without chronological time gap, spontaneously, simultaneously. Meditate on it. Understand? Samhara is created, creation is destroyed. Sustenance is deluded, delusion is sustained. Liberation is deluded, delusion is liberated. Creation is destroyed, destruction is created. Sustenance is destroyed, destruction is sustained. Delusion is liberated, liberation is deluded. Creation is deluded, creation is liberated. Creation is sustained, creation is destroyed. Sustenance is created, sustenance is destroyed. Sustenance is deluded, sustenance is liberated. Destruction is created, destruction is maintained. Destruction is destroyed. Destruction is pulled out of delusion. Destruction is liberated. Delusion is created, delusion is maintained, delusion is destroyed, delusion is pulled out of delusion, delusion is liberated. Liberation is created, liberation is sustained, liberation is destroyed, liberation is deluded, liberation is pulled out of delusion. Liberation is liberated. Understand these 5 principles. Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Prabhava, Anugraha. Manifestation. Srishti, manifestation. Sthiti, sustenance. Samhara, rejuvenation. Prabhava, pulling out of delusion. Anugraha, liberation. Understand these 5 principles. I am reading out from Akashic records. So watch this satsang at least 5 times. Let these truths vibrate, reverberate in you. Creation is created, creation is sustained. Listen carefully. Srishti. Manifestation is manifested. Manifestation is sustained. Manifestation is destroyed. Manifestation is pulled out of delusion. Manifestation is liberated. Sustenance is manifested. Sustenance is sthiti. Sustenance is manifested. Sustenance is sustained. Sustenance is rejuvenated. Sustenance is pulled out of delusion. Sustenance is liberated. Samhara, rejuvenation is manifested. Rejuvenation is sustained. Rejuvenation is rejuvenated. Rejuvenation is pulled out of delusion. Rejuvenation is liberated. Delusion, trobhava, delusion. The delusion is manifested. The delusion is sustained. Delusion is destroyed. Delusion is pulled out of delusion. Delusion is liberated. Anugraha. Anugraha is manifested. Anugraha is sustained. Anugraha is rejuvenated. Anugraha is pulled out of delusion. Anugraha is liberated. Anugraha is liberation. Liberation is manifested. Liberation is maintained, sustained. Liberation is rejuvenated. Liberation is pulled out of delusion. Liberation is liberated. Understand these 5 principles of existence. Srishti, manifestation. Sthiti, maintenance. Samhara, rejuvenation. Delusion. Trobhava, pulling out of delusion. Anugraha, liberation. This 5 dimension of the universe merging with one another, crisscrossing with one another, permutation, combination of these 5 with one another makes 25 faces of Paramashiva. This 25 faces of Paramashiva is now happening simultaneously, spontaneously, without time gap. Five into 5, 25 happening now in you is the meaning of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. This is the meaning of Mahavagya. Understand? This is the powerful cognition of Mahavagya. What is the powerful cognition of Mahavagya? All the 25 happening now in you. All the 25 happening now in you. Satyojata Murti, Vamadeva Murti, Tatpurusha Murti, Aghora Murti, Ishana Murti, all the five put together as Sadashiva Murti, and all the five into five put together as MahaSadashiva Murti is happening in you now. Understand? Listen carefully. I am teaching you the science Paramashiva Jnana, Paramashiva Vijnana, brought by Parashakti, given by Paramashiva himself to Parashakti and brought by Parashakti to planet Earth, Kanchi. And she started spreading it from Tiruvannamalai to the whole world. Understand? Few things you need to really understand. There is nothing called cheating or unnecessary component in Vedas and Agamas. Not one line of Veda Agamas are exploitative. They are extremely honest, truthful. And I really want to tell you, the extreme honesty and truthfulness of Vedas and Agamas every line, every way, the Vedas and Agamas try to explain the truth with tremendous patience. The whole knowledge, the whole life, the life positivity is unimaginable. Just listen to this powerful cognition. Paramashiva exists with an individual, independent identity with unimaginable form, formlessness, and the pure beauty. He manifests as MahaSadashiva and Sadashiva and Tatpurusha, Ishana, Aghora, Satyojata, Vamadeva Murtis. In that forms also he manifests. Listen, almost all the important ideas I need to convey as an introduction to Vidyapada, I have conveyed. This last one idea, please listen. Because it is all about unmanifest. Listen, please listen. Listen. Because it is all about the unmanifest. Unmanifest means not directly perceived by your senses. But don't think it does not exist. If the software with which you are operating, if that software is upgraded, see, it's like if you upgrade your software in your iPad, in your tablet, the camera definition can be increased. It can be HD camera. The quality can be raised. Or the information you capture can be processed in much higher level, in higher frequency. Capturing, processing, everything can be done in next level if the software is upgraded. Same way, unmanifest does not mean it does not exist.
How many of you understood about MahaSadashiva Murti, the principle that MahaSadashiva Murti represents? What he stands for, what he represents? MahaSadashiva Murti is that form of Paramashiva who embodies the permutation combinations of the Panchakrityas of Paramashiva. Yesterday, we all saw about Sadashiva Murti, right? Which is the 5 faces of Paramashiva. Now, we are seeing about Mahasadashiva, who is a permutation combination 5 times 5, the 5 faces of Paramashiva times the whole, each phase going through all the 5 phases. All of it put together is Mahasadashiva Murti.
And Swamiji also so beautifully explained to all of us, making all of us understand about how this happens within us. What is this 5 times 5 equals 25? How each phase by itself goes through the 5 phases. So it's like, wow, 25, the moment you start cognizing these 25 phases and stages of Paramashiva, you would start expanding so powerfully inside the speech. Many of you understood this so far. Now we are going to be just going through and understanding what we all just learned, how each phase is both PHASE and SHEE. Both of these, how they are manifesting and how they are continuing to exist, rejuvenate, putting into delusion, pulling out of delusion, and how they exist simultaneously, synergetically, spontaneously inside all of us.
So now, can I request all the participants here to please settle down on the camera? This gives okay, Ma Krista is saying this gives her a better understanding. And also, please understand, Ma, why it's important that you understand this form of Mahasadashiva is it has a very significant role to play in the way you understand your individual existence. Paramashiva exists in his form which is beyond any limitations, which is beyond any human limitations or patterns or bondages. He exists as ultimate consciousness. And in that space, he continues to perform the 25 phases, all these 5 into 5, the 25. Creation being created, creation being sustained, creation being rejuvenated, creation being put into and pulled out of delusion, and creation being liberated. Next, sustenance. Sustenance being created, sustenance being sustained, sustenance being rejuvenated, sustenance being pulled out of delusion, and sustenance being liberated. Like this, 5 also goes through the creation. Say, for example, let's say you are creating. Let's say you are creating what we can give it. Okay, let's say you're giving birth to a child. That is creation. That creation gets created at some point, and the creation gets sustained, and that creation needs to be rejuvenated as the child grows. It's rejuvenating, and that creation is put into and pulled out of delusion, and that creation is liberated. So all the Panchakrityas is happening to that one creation. Like this, uh, all the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberation, all of them go through the Panchakrityas. Understanding? So each day, all of us are doing all these permutation combinations of Panchakrityas. Malia Kori, you're asking for a practical example. Are you understanding this? See, whether you are eating is an act of sustenance. You're sustaining. Digestion is a sustenance process. Whenever, let's say, the growth of your hair, cells being born in your body, the cells gets created, the cells are sustained, the cells are rejuvenated, the cells are pulled out of delusion and liberated. Now, all the creation went through all the 5 phases in that one phase. Are you catching it? How many of you are catching these examples? How many of you are understanding this? Yes, Malayako is saying, so everything goes in and out of delusion. Yes, that's right. Correct. You caught it. All the 5 phases in us, going through the 5 phases, we all carry these 5 phases. You know why is it so important that you understand? You need to know everything goes through these 5 phases. Everything other than you, your existence as consciousness. That is why it is important to understand this. What do? We get so attached to our wealth. We cannot let go of the wealth. We cannot be away from the wealth. So we get so attached to that creation. We think we are that wealth. We are the money that we earned. So when the money goes through its own phase of rejuvenation and it gets out of delusion and liberated, you lose your existence. You think, oh God, my existence is shaken. No. It is the law of the cosmos that everything, your most favorite person, your most loved thing, your most precious possession, your hard-earned money, your name, your fame, your wealth, health, everything goes through these 5 phases. Nothing is permanent. The only difference is what you create, what you sustain, what you rejuvenate. If you understand that, hey, let me step out of it for once, and if you observe, you will realize you are creating, sustaining, rejuvenating, pulling out of delusion and liberation. But even when the rejuvenation is happening, you still exist. Even after being liberated, you still exist. Even before creation, you still exist. That existence of you is Paramashiva. So Makrista Heltman is saying that makes me understand life changes that have happened with me recently. Swamiji said, when you are his disciple, things will not fall apart, but fall into place. And I witnessed that. Beautiful. Very beautiful, Ma, actually. Very true. Nothing falls apart. Everything falls into place. And when you step out of that, see, what most of the times we do is we get so attached personally to our situations. You get so personally attached to your success. I've seen people so attached to their success, their name and fame, that they will, even the most important decisions of their life they will let the name and fame govern their decisions. Many times they'll sacrifice the best good for them just so that they sustain that name and fame. But we get so attached to it that when that name and fame, if it is being created, it is going to go through all the 5 phases. We need to understand that. So when that name and fame gets liberated, we get shaken. If you just unclutch from this whole or the whole mind plane, if you just step out, you will realize, oh my God, that's true. Even before this name and fame was created, I existed. Even after this name and fame was liberated, means it went. I still exist. That means I am something more than the name and fame. Like this, if you just map closely to all situations of your life, you will catch how you exist. Understand whether it is people, places, object, health, anything you experience. It is all just these 25 principles manifesting, happening in you. If you are fighting with that happening, you are Jiva. If you are master of that happening, you are Paramashiva. That's all is different. Swamiji has so beautifully summed it up in this line. If you are fighting with it, if you are trying to say, no, how can the wealth that I earned with 20 years of my hard work go? How can it have rejuvenation? How can it be liberated? No, I will clutch on to it. You are Jiva, you are in delusion. If you realize, hey, this is part of the whole game called life. It is there today, it is going to go tomorrow. If you understand that and if you deal with life, you are Paramashiva. Are all of you understanding? Are all of you catching it? Can I ask each of you to now pen down what are the situations where you are clutching to these 25 principles manifestation as Jiva? Write down what are the things that you don't want it to be rejuvenated? What are the things that you don't want it to be liberated? What are the things that you don't want it to be created? List down all of them and see what are you struggling, where and all you're struggling is Jiva, where all you can become Paramashiva. Take a few minutes and list down. I request every one of you to write this down. Just let's take 5 minutes. It will not take more than 5 to 6 minutes. Please pen them down. Even if you're able to write 5 to 6 examples, that's good enough.
Yes. So now we just had a full understanding from Swamiji about the form of MahaSadashiva, about the different permutation combination of all the five phases, and what is the meaning of it, how it affects us, and how we can, and we just did a very powerful process, but how we can overcome all the obstacles we have in our life, and how we can become in that space of Mahasadashiva by understanding and being able to see from a third person's view, being able to understand that how to all the problems and see everything happening. Please understand, with this very powerful space, the powerful space of completion and understanding, that all these five phases are happening in me now, right? With this very powerful space and understanding, when we sit in that space of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, that all these five things are happening in me, you will simply be able to manifest the power which we are going to do now, right? Yes. So now we are going to be manifesting power of moving a bottle and being able to drop it. So I put all the participants get ready. You can bring your bottles, and if you want, it's even optional. You can bring any device, like tablet, any fun device to move your bottle. Until then, I'll be explaining this power. So now we are going to be sitting as Mahashiva. Now we are going to be sitting as Mahashiva, organizing ourselves with the 25 heads, 50 hands of Paramashiva, and untouching from everything you have. Nithyananda. Apologizing for the technical issues. Our audio is not clear. So yes, so now we are going to be, I hope I'm audible now. Okay, Nithyananda. Yes, Nithyananda, I'm apologizing for the technical issue. Our audio is not clear. I hope I'm audible now. So now we are going to be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter, where all the participants will be moving their bottles and toppling them over. If you want, you can even bring any silicon device, any electronic device. It can be your laptop or your tablet or your phone. Yes. So we are going to be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. And Swamiji just beautifully explained about how we always about MahaSadashiva, right? Swamiji explained about the 25 times 25, 50 heads of MahaSadashiva, and how when we understand that we will be able to manifest that and radiate that. So now we will be holding that same cognition, that same powerful cognition which Swamiji gave in our inner spirit, and we're going to be manifesting this power. So I request all of you to
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, we apologize to all the participants for the audio issue that you all faced. And many of you were not able to hear Ma Brahma Yoga and Ma Deva Smarana. We apologize for that. Hope all of you are able to hear us better now. Okay, so let's get back to manifesting this power. Morning, we all manifested moving with water, then we manifested levitating an object in the water. Now, we are going to be manifesting the power of being able to topple a water bottle. Yes, it's a very, very interesting, very cool power. So, let me get started with that. Can I request every one of you to get a water bottle, place it in front of the camera, but place it upside down. So, the water bottle is upside down. Come on, can I request every one of you to bring?
One thing is, we all are learning such advanced levels of manifestation. See, engage with this without tiredness and boredom. Okay? Even the participants who have been attending multiple programs, I request all of you during power manifestation, just be here, let's all sincerely switch into the manifestation, engage with it. Come on.
See, understand, when you are manifesting power, you are tapping into your consciousness. You are literally harnessing the power of your conscious manifestation. Means you're literally waking up the Paramashiva sitting inside of you. So please do this sincerely. No power manifestation is a light one. No power manifestation is something. Everything is a conscious resource. Everything adds immense conscious value to you. Sunil Yadavaya, could you bring the water bottle, please? Put the water bottle upside down. You have Atmalinga? Okay. Even any small plastic bottle would do. See, do a different round. I see you have the Atmalinga, but even if you can put something small, that will do good. If you don't have anything, then it's okay. Put Atmalinga on the on a tab or a device on your phone or something like that. If you don't have, it's fine. No problem. Okay, Alexia. Perfect. Yes. So listen very carefully. Now, what all of you are going to do is, you all can place any object, the water bottle on the, you can place the water bottle on a tab or a phone, any silicon object, anything. Basically, all devices are made of silicon. So you can put the water bottle, your tab on your tab or on your phone or on your iPad. It could be any screen. So you're going to be putting it on that. Make sure your iPad or your device is off, and you're going to place on that. We all did with water, right? Now we are moving to the earth element based on which you're manifesting. So what you're going to be doing now is you're going to be keeping the water bottle on the silicon device, and you're going to be manifesting the power of rolling it off. Basically, listen very carefully. Swamiji tells the silicon has the ability, just like how I showed you the experiment with water. The earth element has the ability to receive and amplify the instruction that we give. So, I request every one of you to take a few minutes and keep the water bottle on a silicon surface. You're only going to focus on passing the command to the silicon surface. Kion Lemese, please could you put the water bottle? I'm not seeing the water bottle in your camera. You have it? Okay. Come on, every one of you, don't miss this. Quen Wong, your water bottle also, please can you put? And Xia Feng, do not hold it. You should not hold your water bottle. I request the Chinese translator to please share with them, and don't put the cup. See, you're putting an inverted tumbler. No, put a water bottle which has water inside it. So it should be like not full, just half. So put it inverted. I'm seeing one participant called Zizi Feng. Yeah, do not put a tumbler, do not put a cup. You should not put a cup. Keep a inverted water bottle filled with water, and you should not hold it. See, this water bottle should not be in physical contact with you. It should just be kept aside. Sanjay Cree. Okay, sorry, I'm just seeing your question. You're asking how does the name and fame go through the five phases? Um, See, there's some point at which you create the name and fame, you sustain it, and then you rejuvenate it. Means you discover different ways. You keep rejuvenating it. So at some point, there's a low. Everyone who has there's a stagnation and there's a low in that name and fame, and then you pull yourself out of delusion, and then the liberation happens, right? So all the five phases happens to the name and fame. At some point, it ceases to exist. At some point, it just seems like it's all falling apart. So all of these together. Okay, great. Now I see it. Now listen very carefully. You are going to be placing the water bottle on a silicon surface, and you're going to be moving. You're going to be moving the water bottle just through your conscious will. I will play a video where you all can see how people are moving the water bottle. It is very simple, very easily possible. You will be able to easily manifest it. Okay? Can I request all of you to sit straight? Shanta Mahavakya. You just put the water bottle and leave it. Swamiji will take care of manifesting. You sit, chant the Mahavakya continuously inside of you. You all can see how this one of the participants is manifesting it so beautifully. You will actually see how the water bottle starts rotating. Do you all see? There is no physical contact and there is nothing pushing it, nothing moving it. It is purely the power of consciousness. The water bottle just rotates. You will be experiencing the same manifestation right now. Sit, all of you sit and do it intensely. And I request everyone to keep the bottle in such a way it's visible in the camera, please. Ma Jing Hua Chai. Do not hold it. Do not touch the bottle. See, the bottle should not be touched. It should just be left on the tab, and make sure one thing is in this video, you see the tab is on. Please turn off the device that it doesn't cause any vibration. Do not touch the bottle. See, you're going to be moving it only through the power of consciousness. Ma Alizu, that's correct. Ma Alizu, perfect. Now, chant the Mahavakya. You will see that the bottle will listen to you. Understand it has water and earth both. The water inside the bottle will listen to your command. Please chant the Mahavakya continuously. All of you just see it, connect with it. You will start feeling if this moves, I can also move. And just start manifesting.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Continue to manifest. See, bring your whole awareness just to move the object with the understanding that your consciousness, that's all. That is all is the game. The whole play is just that. Coming to the understanding that your consciousness, because your consciousness, you can move the matter in front of you. I request everyone, do not get distracted, do not lose your focus. Very nice. Ma Alihu, I am seeing you manifesting very beautifully, Ma. You will just see the object will move in front of you. Ma Xingmei Zia, I can see your bottle, Ma. Please, could you put your camera in such a way where I can see your bottle? Ma Tanja Gebi and all the others, come on, please keep it straight. Ma Isabel. Yes, Ma Isabel, that's your bottle. Ma Jnana Pradayini, Ma Jennifer Poirier. Ma Anandeshwari, put the phone down. Don't hold it in your hand. Please keep the phone down without touching. You should not touch the object. I'm also saying my links and touching the object. Do not touch the object. See, it should not be with physical contact. Without touching it, you should manifest. Ma Fatima Dehastani, wonderful. Now, Ma Fatima, visualize you are Paramashiva, your oneness with Swamiji. With that, just command for the object to move. Don't try to concentrate, focus. No, no. Just be blissful in your inner space and just declare for it to move.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nityanandam, how many of you have started manifesting? Even a small thing you're able to move, it is a manifestation only. How many of you are actually able to move the water bottle? Wonderful, Ma Dahanananda. My water bottle moved from top of the tablet to middle, but I didn't see it move. It's okay. See, if you have, that's why Ma, recording is very, very, very important in this. Because only when you record, you yourself would know what is the manifestation you have done. And you yourself would be confident. That's one of the main reasons why you should record your power manifestation. It's so important that you record because only then you would be confident, yes, I have actually manifested it. Very nice, Soma. Understand? Even any of you have seen it move, even any of you have seen it like move or vibrate, it's all beginning of indication that it's time manifest. Beautiful. Now next to is your very important. We are going to be understanding about how you can rewire your destiny. And understand, we're going to have a very important meditation process at the end of it. And this is a very important preparation technique for today's meditation. So please do not miss research every one of you to the meditation technique to understand what rewiring is.
From monkey to man, the whole breakthrough started just by one simple act. One monkey started walking with the two legs first time. Surely he must have felt very awkward. Other monkeys would have made fun of him. They would have teased him. A lot would have happened. They would have even boycotted him from the community. He would have faced social boycott, whatever. For some reason he decided to walk with two legs. Understand? That brought the first breakthrough. When monkey started walking with the two legs, the intense blood flow to the brain started going with less speed. Less speed means more possibility for the subtle grooves to develop. More subtle grooves means more subtle activities, possibilities opening up. means more subtle abilities manifesting. That is the way the perception of consciousness became possible for the brain. Understand? The perception of consciousness became possible for the brain because the subtle grooves started developing in the brain due to less blood flow. Please, you need to understand, the word less blood flow should not be understood wrongly. The speed and the force gushing, all that was less, but whatever is needed continued to be available. It is this simple act made the breakthrough of monkey to man possible. Getting refined is spiritual growth. Spiritual growth means your ability to experience consciousness, your expertise in experiencing consciousness. Your expertise in experiencing enlightenment is spirituality, nothing else. The subtle mind with tremendous awareness, the whole blood flowing into the brain, what your brain can catch as the experience of consciousness, subtlety of that experience, your expertise in catching the experience of enlightenment, pure consciousness, that defines how much you have grown spiritually. Understand, your spiritual growth is not defined by whether you have become brahmachari or a swami or a kotari or a tanedar or a mahant. No. It is defined how much you can catch the experience of consciousness, your expertise, the ability of your brain's power, ability of your brain's expertise, the subtle grooves of your brains, its ability and expertise to catch the experience of consciousness. The experience of consciousness, that makes experience of that makes you spiritual. I tell you, all spiritual practices are just to develop that subtle brain grooves in you to catch the pure consciousness. Whether you sit in the banks of Ganga in silence in Haridwar, or you sit in the silence of Manikarnika, Mahasmashana in Varanasi, or you sit in the silence of Gomukh, Tapovan. Understand? When your brain grooves, the subtle brain grooves, are able to catch the concept of consciousness, the spirituality is awakened in you. It's beyond body, mind.
Okay. The other concept that, if I try and think about it too hard, really scares me is because I can't wrap my mind around it, is the idea of infinity. Like the idea of...
You don't have to think. You can't grasp unless your brain grows that subtle grooves which gets awakened by Kundalini. Once the Kundalini gets awakened, then God, the word will become so real for you. The I word will become empty for you. See, when I utter God, it has so much meaning for me. When I utter the word I, it has no meaning other than the word I am uttering. For you, when you utter the word I, it has so much meaning for you. When you utter the word God, it is just emptiness. So the shift will happen when the Kundalini reaches Sahasrara.
Okay, cool.
Every object creates some subject in you. When you see even the photograph of a food, well organized, idli, chutney, sambar, gongra, urga. If you are a non-vegetarian person, all those non-vegetarian items, the moment you see the photograph, something is triggered in you. It's one small example I am giving. I can give hundreds of examples. Whether it is food or lust, anything, or sacredness, even sacredness. If you are habituated to praying to a God, if the moment you see his deity, something is created in you, awakened in you. So each object creates certain subject in you. And if there is an object which has created awakened subjective truth in me, I can use that same object to awaken that same subjective truth in you. Master is a person in whom the subjective truth has become reality. Shivoham, the highest subjective truth, becomes reality, and whatever objects made that experience as reality in him, he can use that and make even your subjective reality awakened. He can give you also the same experience of Shivoham. Listen, whatever experience he achieved, he can awaken that same in you. Understand the subjective truth Shivoham can be awakened by the external help like yantras, mantras, and Kundalini initiation. I am introducing this science to the world. It was available in the Vedic tradition, but to this planet I am introducing now. It's not that all the Vedas were revealed to, all the Vedas are revealed already to human beings. This science of using sound, the science of using simple lines to awaken yourself and awaken others is such powerful science. See, subjective truth is the base on which your life should be built. Subjective truth is the foundation on which your life should be built. If you do not build a conscious subjective truth like Shivoham, the ultimate truth, unfortunately you will be building your foundation, your life on your low inner image, incompletions, your fear and your greed. On your fear and on your greed, you may start building your life. First, choose conscious inner image. Shivoham. First, choose conscious inner image. Shivoham. Please understand, enlightenment is building your life on the right foundation, subjective truth. It is on the right foundation, subjective truth. Cherish Shivoham again and again. Strengthen the truth Shivoham again and again. Live the truth Shivoham again and again. Meditate on this great truth again and again. This truth Shivoham, once it gets rooted in you, doesn't allow your inner image, mamakara, to weaken you. It doesn't allow your inner image, mamakara, to weaken you. Understand? I'm just trying to get the right words. How this whole truth can be explained to all of you in simple terms, in simple words. How the whole truth can be awakened in simple terms, in simple way. Understand subtle grooves of your brain when it starts understanding the happenings inside you. It can understand any mathematics, any science, any chemistry, any geography, any history. See how you remember your past, the same way only history is written. That is a formula of history. How you remember certain facts, exaggerated, certain facts neglected. Same way, mathematics. What all the basic understandings you have to add, subtract, multiply, divide. If you can grasp the happenings inside you with a subtle sensitivity, you can grasp any happening outside. As I said, whether it is geography or mathematics or history or science or chemistry, biology. Everything in the outer world you can understand if you can grasp the subjective truth. That is why I am saying the subjective truth, you need to let it sink in you, get soaked in you. Let it be soaked in you. Let it sink in you. Just like how food, sex, all this becomes a bio-memory of ordinary man, this Shivoham, experience of enlightenment, should become bio-memory. All these transmutation processes, the word may look too big, so don't worry, means balancing the system and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Means some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet, because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become, they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for the complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness.
What is possible and not what is not possible is defined as part of the language.
Rajaji, from my experience, I tell you, all the people whose mother tongue is the language with multiple option words, for example, just for this one, Sanskrit may have 300 words. The multiple option word mother tongue people have a very high developed brain grooves. From my experience, I saw. So in a way, I will say, for example, if you utter a word cow, and the time it takes for the English person to grasp the visualization of the cow, and a Sanskrit person, ko, and the time it takes, at least 100. Means the person who knows the Sanskrit catches it less than 100th time with a more precision, because the words there is wide option. So brain by its nature requires to be in high alert when you handle that language. Through the 5 phases, Paramashiva does manifestation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Satyojata, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Ishana. These are the 5 phases. He resides in his Supreme Paramashiva Swarupa as Ajomuha or Adhomuha, unborn, beyond form, formlessness. Is Paramashiva Swarupa. That Paramashiva Swarupa manifests with these 5 phases as Sadashiva, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Satyojata, Ishana. 5 phases he manifests and does the Panchakritya, Srishti, manifestation, Sthiti, sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Trobhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberation. Understand? He does all these 5 jobs.
Nithyanandam, Swamiji revealed a very, very important science, a very important truth for all of us. Each activity that you do, every single day, it creates a neural pathway. It has a physical sort of connection in your brain. So anything that you repeat over and over and over, it creates a what we call as a wiring in the brain. Now, this wiring in the brain that we all have has multivarious patterns, incompletions, thought currents, etc. we store inside of us. Each of this sits inside of us as a certain thought current, what we call as one of the wiring in the brain. Now, each pattern inside of us is a wiring in the brain. Now, the rewiring of the brain is possible just by understanding your consciousness. Spirituality, Swamiji says, is defined by how much you can catch the experience of consciousness, your expertise, the ability of your brain's power, the ability of your brain's expertise, the subtle grooves of your brain, its ability to catch and grasp the consciousness is your productivity in life. Every one of you that are sitting here, please understand your ability to grasp consciousness, your ability to live the truth. You are manifesting the space of consciousness inside of you. Please understand, listen very carefully. The more and more you grasp the truths, the more and more you absorb these truths, you start manifesting these experiences in you. Okay, tell me this. How many of you here have experienced many times when you suddenly listen to the satsangs, okay? You will suddenly feel like you're so fresh, awake. Suddenly you'll feel like, oh my God, yes, I can relate to it, I can relate to it. How many of you felt like that? Mananda Shakti. I see you smiling, nodding. How many of you have experienced that? Whenever you listen to Swamiji revealing something, you feel like suddenly, yes, suddenly you'll just be like, oh my God, so true. Understand? Because physically you are manifesting that experience. Your brain is processing, reciprocating, and recreating that powerful cognition inside of itself. It's making like a new track inside of itself. Malia Kori is asking, what is it that unborn and beyond form or formless? Can you explain? Repeat. I'll explain. Beyond all your known, unknown, however you exist, beyond all these forms, you exist as consciousness. You exist as Paramashanta Swarupa. Now, that Paramashanta Swarupa of you, that consciousness which is untouched, undisturbed. See, there's a part of you, core part of you which exists even before you were born. There's a core part of you which exists, which will exist even after you cease to exist. There is a core part of you that is not affected by the sorrows, joys, all of these. All of these exist inside of you. That component is what we call as the formless, ajomukha, unborn, unmanifest. Malia Kori, whenever we get caught in emotions, right, it's only one part of us. Notice yourself in your highs, lows, notice yourself in all situations. There's always that one part of us which is undisturbed. And most of us derive strength from this one part. That part of us is what we call as consciousness. And all the spirituality is to discover that part, consciousness inside of us. Once the Kundalini gets awakened, you start exploring, you start manifesting that part of you. Now, understand, we are going to be having a very beautiful exercise, or I would say a process that Swamiji is conducting, which is the 25 dimensions of Paramashiva. This process will help you understand the one factor that stops you, that disturbs you from you manifesting that experience. See, take a few minutes. You take a few minutes now and please pen down. I request every one of you to do this. See, the only thing that stops you, comes in between you and enlightenment, comes in between you and your Paramashanta Swarupa, is laziness. Pen down 5 instances where you started something and broke it the second day. For example, let's say you started gym one day, next day broke it. Like that, list down. Now, pen down instances wherever you created this laziness pattern inside of you. I request everyone to do it for 5 minutes. See, understand, the biggest enemy for awakening the non-mechanical parts of your brain, for enlightenment, for achievement of anything in life, is laziness. Pen down 5 instances where you started something and broke it the second day. Please pen down. And once you are finished pinning down, you can put your done in the chat. Just put done, so we'll know you're done. Please relax. Have you all finished writing? Have all the participants finished writing? Now, all of you listen very carefully. Please keep a piece of paper and pen ready with you. We are going to be entering into a process through which somebody is going to be literally awakening the Paramashiva component in us. Okay? Can I request all of you to sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line? Please sit. Now let us all enter into this very powerful process.
Listen to this great truth. Declare your integrity to Paramashiva. Request Paramashiva. Only with His grace you can even bow down to Him. Ask Him to give you the grace to bow down to Him, connect with Him and have devotion and manifest Him. That's enough. That's enough. He will manifest and bless all of us. So now, sit straight. Let's dissolve into Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva manifest now in all of us. Sit straight with the original verses, original words of Paramashiva. Understand, Paramashiva himself uttered these words in Agama to describe himself. I am going to utter the original words of Paramashiva and invoke him in all of us. He is going to manifest now. Sit straight. Close your eyes. Om Satyo Jatam Prapathyami Satyo Jataya Vai Namo Namaha Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavasvamam Bhavodbhavaya Namaha Vamadevaya Namo Jyeshtaya Nama Sreshtaya Namo Rudraya Nama Kalaya Nama Kalavigaranaya Namo Balavigaranaya Namo Balaya Namo Balapramadhanaya Nama Sarvabhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namaha Akorebhyo Takorebhyo Gora Gora Darebhyaha Sarvebhyo Sarva Sarvebhyo Namaste Astru Rudra Rubebhyaha Tatpurushaya Vitmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat Isanas Sarva Vidyanam Ishvaras Sarva Bhutanam Brahmatibatir Brahmanotibatir Brahma Shivo me Astu Sadashivom. Meditate on Paramashiva with 25 heads.
ஏகதயாநிதி ஈஸ்வரனாம் நம ஈன்றவள் சூலுக்கு காவலனாம் சாஸ்வதமானவன் ஈஸ்வரனாம் நம் சாகச செயலுக்கு மூலவனாம் சிவபெருமான் யுக சுகம் தருவான் வழியுரைத்து நல்ல வரம் தருவான் சன்னதி வந்தோர்க்கு நிம்மதி தந்தாளும் ஈசனை நேசனை போற்றிடுவோம் நடன சபேசன் திருவருள் நாடி நடப்போம் நடப்போம் மதுரை பதி தேடி
தருவாரே
நாதர் சிவன் போற்றி, அந்த சந்தியா காலத்து சனி போற்றி, நவசந்தி தாண்டவ குரு போற்றி, அந்த மகா பிரதோஷ நாள் போற்றி, தேய்பிரையில் அந்த வளர்பிரையில் தேடிச் சென்றால் அருள் கூடிடுமே, நர்த்தனம் காட்டும் ஆடிய பாதம் திருமுகம் கண்டால் நலந்தானே, தேடிடும் கண்களில் ஆடிடும் பாதம் தெரியும் தெரியும் இது நிஜமே. கனலென மூழ்வது சிவன் தேகம், பெரும் கருணைக்கு ஈடு அவனாகும், ஐந்தென ஆனது பிரதோஷம், நல்ல சுபிட்சத்தை அருள்வது பிரதோஷம், பௌர்ணமியில் சிவ பூஜை செய்தால் சிவனவனின் அருள் நம்மை சேரும், ரிஷபத்தில் தோன்றும் ஈஸ்வரன் கோலம் பார்த்திட கூடிடும் சந்தோஷம், திருநீரு பூசி திரிசூலம் தாங்கி இறைவன் அருள்வான் கோடி வரமேந்தி. திருக்கோவில் வாசல் முன் தோன்றும் அந்த நந்தி தேவன் அருள் வேண்டும், பிரதோஷ காலம் வரும் நேரம் அவன் திருவருள் யாவும் கைகூடும், எம்பெருமான் வரும் வாகனமே எப்பொழுதும் நம் துணை வருமே, முன் நின்று நந்தியின் காதினில் கூறிடும் செய்திகள் சிவனது செவி சேரும், இம்மையில் நலம் தரும் சிவனது அருளால் எடுத்த செயல் யாவும் ஏற்றம் பல காணும்.
अंबिकापतय उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः। ॐ नमो हिरण्यवाहवे हिरण्यवर्णाय हिरण्यरूपाय हिरण्यपतये अंबिकापतय उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः। ॐ नमो हिरण्यवाहवे हिरण्यवर्णाय हिरण्यरूपाय हिरण्यपतये अंबिकापतय उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः। सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात्। महादेवाय विद्महे रुद्रमूर्तये धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात्। अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः। अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः। श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः। श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः। शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
ॐ सत्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सत्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः। भवे भवे नाति भवे भवस्व मां भवोद्भवाय नमः। वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः। अकोरेभ्यो तकोरेभ्यो घोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपतिर्ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदाशिवोऽम्। ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। I bless you all to manifest Paramashiva. I'll continue in the further satsangs to explain each of the Murtis, Sadashiva Murti, Tatpurusha Murti, Ishana Murti, Vamadeva Murti, Ahora Murti, and take you to the deeper levels of Paramashiva's experience. So now, don't miss the satsangs, next satsangs. That's one. Second, essence of today's satsang is universe is not obligated to make sense to us. Only we are supposed to be making sense to universe. And declare this to Paramashiva, your surrender and integrity. Request him to manifest in you and your life. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Each concept, it is said that by Vidya, the knowledge cognized from the right context of grasping the truth, consciousness and the superficial knowledge acquired from the wrong context of grabbing without cognizing the subtle truth, certainly a different result is achieved. Similarly, it is said that by avidya, the authentic actions and the ignorant actions, a very different result is achieved. Thus, we have listened from those wise beings who explained that absolute principle to us. Listen. Purvapaksha. Things which need to be done first need to be done first. When your body is dried with the testosterone and estrogen hormones, your brain develops certain very subtle, most subtle, powerful grooves, zones where superconscious can reflect in its original pure form without any delusion, manipulation, interpretation, interference. Please listen. I am making a very significant statement. When your body is dried with the testosterone and estrogen, means male female hormones, your brain develops certain most subtle powerful grooves where the pure superconsciousness can reflect in its original form, in its original existence, the reflection is so pure, so authentic, it is as good as the original. That is the reason the context, Purva Bhaksha, the pre-preparation, is needed for enlightenment process. I am not saying everyone should become celibate, everyone should become sannyasi. No. But when your seeking becomes very intense, when your whole body and mind boils with the seeking, automatically body and mind evolves to a level where your body dries up and brain develops this rich, subtle grooves where superconsciousness can reflect beautifully, powerfully. I wonder the sophistication with which these Upanishadic rishis were able to reflect the whole reality. I tell you, the detail with which they describe the stars and the planets in Vedas and Agamas, you will be shocked. Even I was wondering, how did they see? Unless you see, you can't pen down so detail, such detail. The biggest conspiracy done against Bharat is the Indian astronomy and astrology was not given its due respect and legitimacy, brushed aside in the name of myth and mythology. If you read, you will understand. Oldest in the future, longest possible prediction can be done only by our calendar, Panjiga. Science is so perfect. I used to wonder, what was the telescopes they used? What was the satellites they used? How did they so precisely record the details? Actually, the exact method happened. I saw in the cosmic records. One rishi will sit in samadhi and reflect the whole cosmos in his inner space. The other rishi will just see his inner space, do fast forward, just like how you handle the iPad and pen down. That's the way they have done it. He will become so pure, complete completion, his inner space will just reflect the whole Milky Way, the whole cosmos. And the other rishi who is recording will push, pull, do fast forward or rewind, even zoom in, zoom out and pen down. Understand more and more your inner space gets into completion, more and more you will catch the sacred secrets about the source, cosmos. This question, by whom? Keneshitam. The Kena Upanishad, the essence of Kena Upanishad, you can experience the essence if you make your inner space completely complete. If you are ready with the completion, I can just show the exact reflection of Keneshitam. By whom? In this Upanishad, Devi is the Guru. Understand? It is directly from Devi, Uma. First time the word Uma appears in this Upanishad. Devi is addressed as Uma in this Upanishad. The word Ishvara, Isha, is used for Mahadeva in the first Upanishad. The word Uma is used for Devi in this Upanishad. You can reflect, capture, visualize exact, most subtle visualization with a little completion inside. Please understand. Understand this example. A 7 or 8-year-old child is made to see pornography again and again. The physical maturity age is quickened more than 70%, means the physical maturity, if it is supposed to happen at the age of 14, it is drastically brought down. By the age of 8, the body will be physically matured. If the body is made to visualize again and again the sexual action through pornography or some reminding, because whatever your brain visualizes, body becomes ready to it, make that into reality and experience. The brain makes that into your experience. That is why I say, if you want next generation to be sexually healthy, ban pornography. We always have a wrong idea. It is through porn next generation is going to enjoy the sex. No. It is going to be a big disease. If you want the next generation to have a healthy sexual life, ban pornography. Because that is going to reduce the age of physical maturity, which is going to drastically destroy the health of the next generation. Understand the truth I am trying to convey. Anything your brain can capture and enjoy, your life will make that into reality. If your brain can capture and enjoy the most subtlest understandings of cosmic sacred secrets and the spiritual powers, you will become just yogi, divya shariri. If you enjoy pornography, your body will be physically matured. If you enjoy the subtle powers, subtle understandings, simply your body will become Divya Shariri. You will become yogi, Bala yogi, Bala Sant. Bala Sant is a person whose brain captures all these highest conscious truths, subtle truths while you are young. The way your brain captures these great truths, simply your body starts manifesting it. You become yogi, you become a Divya Shariri, you become embodiment of Mahadeva. You become Bala Sant. Understand? Ability to reflect the subtlest truths. Ability to reflect the sacred understandings. Ability to catch the most sacred bliss. Ability to capture the powerfulness of the consciousness. Ability to look into the source of the cosmos happens with tremendous completion and peace in the inner space. So before entering into this Upanishad, I request all of you today, spend time doing completion. All major sufferings, whether it is physical or mental, you go through in the life will be connected to that root pattern. It is the root pattern responsible for serious physical or mental sufferings you go through. It starts only from there. And blessed are those who complete with their root pattern when they are young or before it manifests as any serious disorder. How many below 30? Raise your hand. You guys are the real blessed. Real blessed. Because it will never manifest as any disease in you. It's killed. Means the poison is destroyed before it can damage any part of you. Of course, others also, poison is destroyed, but now I have to heal the parts which has already been damaged. The toxic mental setup which is already created, the subtle brain grooves get developed based on your thinking pattern. That needs to be completed. Means that work has to be done by tomorrow, next, the few sessions. Before 30, the strong grooves don't get developed. That is almost like a rangoli only. You can wipe it by ordinarily. But after 30, it's almost like they say in Guru Gita says, whatever Brahma writes with the hand, Guru wipes by leg. Brahma writes by hand, Guru wipes by leg. So this is the wiping I am supposed to do. The subtle grooves you develop in your brain with your toxic mental setup. I tell you, If at all you guys have one more Janma, take birth in Indian village where this Ramayana, Mahabharata, all these great things are constantly screamed and heard. That's the beauty of Tiruvannamalai, the village I was born and brought up. Every day some old man will have one free mic, some Purana in the temple. Kanda Purana, Shiva Purana, Ramayana, Mahabharata. Forcibly they will put some cosmic principle in your head. You cannot be in depression. How long you will resist? How long you will resist? 2 days, 3 days, after that? Someday it will get into your ears. These cosmic principles, when you cherish them, completely unconnected problems get solved. You will never understand how can my half an hour thinking about the cosmos and the size of the cosmos and the automatic intelligence of the cosmos heal my gastric trouble. It heals. When you think of the lever of the cosmos, your liver gets healed. I tell you, listen, any cosmic principle, you don't even need to seriously practice it. Just like a sipping cup of coffee, if you sip and very casually flirt with them, romance with them, those cosmic principles, you will see your third eye just goes up, zoom, and refueled. The whole third eye, thankful. Then you can run your life for quite a long time. Cherishing cosmic thought currents, cosmic principles, cosmic understandings. What Mahadeva talks about cosmology, how he introduces the principles of cosmos, how he introduces dharma, how he introduces the cognition, the individual cognition and the cosmic cognition, how he introduces the microscopic and telescopic understandings. Understand? The microscopic and telescopic understandings about the Brahmanda and Pindanda, macrocosm and microcosm. Even a simple cherishing fuels your third eye and you start manifesting powers. You may just sit and think about how many cosmos, Brahmanda, Bhuvana exists. By the time you open your eyes, your wealth problems would have been solved. I have seen this happening, understand. Logically you may not be able to connect at all. How come I was thinking about that and this is solved? Because cosmic principles always iron out your blind spots of why you exist and how you exist. Why you want to exist and how you exist. That blind spots get cleared. That is what I call third eye opening. That is what I call third eye opening. You want to exist for excellence, but you exist for some selfish attachment only to realize the hopelessness and emptiness of your so-called ignorant desires. Listen, I am not at all against the desires getting fulfilled, reality. I am only against you running behind something which can never be fulfilled. Or if it is fulfilled, it will be more dangerous to you. In the name of desire, you are running behind siren. Understand, activating the whole brain and making all the non-mechanical parts of the brain active and alive is the field almost every religion, every philosophy, every branch of the science is enamored, working, researching. Understand? Making the whole brain active, awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brain. I can say in a way almost the goal of all religions and philosophies. In the modern day, every scientific field, every field, all that names, neuroscience, the field of psychology, psychiatry, you can name. All of them are enamored, doing research, spending billions in this field. Best way to work on your brain, awaken all the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Awaken your whole brain. The best way is to make more and more super consciousness manifest in you. More and more higher states of consciousness sinking in you. How? Starch in the rice and milk is absorbed by the brain, and brain started growing bigger and bigger when human beings have started vegetarian lifestyle, rice and milk as their regular food. Listen carefully. How brain absorbs the starch food from rice, starch from rice and milk. It absorbs super consciousness during the time of the puja. It awakens itself and all the non-mechanical parts of the brain starts working, becomes super brain. Brain becomes super brain when you feel, when you establish yourself with the oneness. Listen carefully. When you fall in tune with the oneness, I'll give you a very beautiful, precise method of oneness. Understand? The deep I you feel is actually Paramashiva. So decide, Paramashiva breathes in you and your individual breathing is too shallow. Your existence is Paramashiva. Your individual breathing is too shallow. So sit with that heavy presence of Paramashiva as you. You will see all the non-mechanical parts of your brain is awakened. All the brain cells are fully alive. All 25 faces, identities of Paramashiva is awakened in your brain. All the 11 dimensions are available to you. All the 5 aspects of Paramashiva manifest through you. His 25 head and 50 hands is the real body you are carrying. Just like you are not aware of the tip of your hair, you may not be aware of those 25 heads and 50 hands, but that does not mean it does not exist. You may not be aware of the tip of your hair, that does not mean you don't have the hair. Same way, you may not be aware of the 25 heads and 50 hands, that does not mean you don't have. Remember to sit as Paramashiva and breathe life into your body. You as Paramashiva possessing your body to manifest and celebrate your existence. You became your body. You as Paramashiva became your body. When you sit as Paramashiva with his 25 heads and 50 hands, be Paramashiva and own your body. Radiate in your body as Paramashiva. Let you be clear, you are Paramashiva. Hold your body, own your body, radiate through your body as Paramashiva. You will see your whole brain will become active. Your whole brain will be awakened. Intense full brain activity as Paramashiva. So much energy will be infused into your system when your whole brain is activated by the oneness. You manifest superpowers and your brain naturally becomes super brain. Cognize clearly. Know you are Paramashiva, ultimate. Own your body and mind and brain and your system as Paramashiva. Decide to radiate through your body, brain, mind, intra-organs, internal organs and consciousness as Paramashiva. In your lifestyle, activities, relationship, everything, radiate as Paramashiva.
But I tell you, never before, never after, this multi-hero heroine story was built. Understand? A human mind can conceive a story means one hero, one heroine, one villain, one comedian, or maximum two hero, two heroine, but never this large scale of multi-hero heroine villain stories have been built. Look at Mahabharata. Who is hero? Yudhishthira? No. Arjuna? No. Panchabandavas all the five? No. Then what about Krishna? All right. Panchabandavas and Krishna? No. What about Bhishma? All right. Panchabandavas, Krishna and Bhishma. What about Karna? What way is less heroic? All right. Panchabandavas, Krishna and Karna, Bhishma. Then what about Drishtadyumna? He is not heroic. What about Drona? Drona's history can be a separate book. Yudhishthira's can be a separate book. Karna's can be a separate book. The multiple hero, multi-hero, heroine, villain, story which was never before or never after recorded so beautifully. I may not want to say it is story written. I may only want to say it is story recorded. Because no human mind can conceive such a multiple layered stories. See, the modern day very clearly proves to conceive a multiple layered story, you need a subtle grooves of your brain awakened. When I read the story of Mahabharata, I am 100% sure Vyasa's all subtle grooves of the brain have been awakened. All non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. I think Vyasa's whole body was brain. Because Each character, Shikandini, he builds the Shikandi's character for 3 births. And Shikandi is only one of the thousands of characters. Who will you call as a hero? Who will you call as a villain? Can you say Shakuni is the villain? No. Then what about Duryodhana? Can you say Duryodhana is villain? Then what about Dushasana? Who has done more damage? If Dushasana and Duryodhana and Shakuni are villain, then what about Dhritarashtra? If Duryodhana, Dushasana, Dhritarashtra, if all of them are villain, what about Aswathama? Who is a heroine? Can you say Kundi is a heroine? Then what about Ganga? If you say Kundi and Ganga are heroine, then what about Gandhari? If Kundi and Ganga and Gandhari are heroine, then what about Draupadi? The multi-hero, multi-heroine, multi-villain story, which was neither conceived before nor conceived after, and nobody is made as hero. Everything is recorded. Please understand. Nobody is shown as perfect. The fraudulence Krishna did, cheap fraudulences are recorded. Krishna comes to know that on Amavasya day, if the war starts, Duryodhana is going to win, and this fellow goes to the Ganga and starts giving darpana. The sun and the moon, Surya and Chandra, they get surprised and they look, what is this? Why is Krishna giving darpana today? Today is not Amavasya. They both run to him and ask, oh Mahadeva, Bhagavan, why are you giving darpana today? Today is not Amavasya. Then Krishna looks at them and asks, what is the meaning of the Amavasya? They say, when sun and the moon meet, both of us meet. Krishna said, I already made you guys meet. Darpana is done, go. Amavasya. What a silly game for a Bhagavan to play. What a silly game for a Bhagavan to play. But I tell you, he is the greatest being. Krishna, you can never compare. Never before nor after.
Swamiji, when you gave me the Agni Samyama initiation in Kumbh Mela, you said we'll be able to see inside. I was able to see inside. But now, in this last process, I was seeing things like the core of some planets and everything. And it's completely opposite to what we have all been led to believe in the modern thing. For example, for like Jupiter and all, I don't know why I saw.
Actually, what I am saying, Guru, if you can see your brain, you can see the reflection of Guru.
Yes.
If you can see your throat, you can see the reflection of Rahu.
That's exactly how
If you can see your liver, you can see the reflection of Sunny.
Sunny.
So each of the grahas are reflected on your organs and they instigate, guide. That is the way they influence and impact your life.
My question is related to the length aspect as it pertains to artists. So traditional Indian artists can visualize an image and create it exactly in the form of a sculpture or painting. And even if they make 10,000 paintings, it will be exactly the same. Not like every time they make, it will be different each time and use a word like creative expression or something. They can reproduce it exactly the same. So are they able to do it because they remove the length aspect, and when they put
I
it
should
into
say, from the young age they grow up, so the length aspect is not given much energy. Creativity and doing this repeatedly same thing is a unique to Hindu arts. Creativity and repetitively producing that. All our temple deities are handmade. You will see so much of similarity even though it is handmade, not machine made, handmade, but so much similarity you will see. Almost 90% will be same.
There's a question on third eye. If the third eye can see that, which it can, and if it can see this also, then it can perceive what this and that the same way, Swamiji.
Yes.
And is that the space of oneness, Swamiji?
I should say visual oneness. Actually, in the seeing you experience oneness, actual oneness is whatever you see, you will feel one with it. That is actual oneness.
How would...
Now you are, see, if you can see this, see that. It is called 3D oneness. Actual oneness is 11D oneness, where you will feel everything is you. Not just seeing, feeling everything is you.
Ability to balance your being. Usually, we have some thoughts, it comes out of your brain and passes through your brain grooves and becomes a vibration in your body, and action happens. Only after the action happens, you even know why you had that kind of thought, why you did that kind of action, and you start either repenting or feeling guilty. Virya means having the awareness and strength to catch the thought by the time it comes out, before even it passes through your brain grooves, before even it affects your decision making energy. The moment it starts, catch it there itself. The virya, ability to catch in the root itself. Ramana Maharshi calls this as aham spurana, sitting in the space where the aham, the identity is rising. That's what I call virya.
Swamiji so beautifully explained, revealed to all of us the importance of awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Our brain, as we understand, is not just limited to what you think as the normal capabilities of it. It is not just for you running your body or understanding things. It's not just that. If you train, your brain can reflect cosmos in itself. The Brahmanda, the macrocosm, can be reflected in your Pindanda, the microcosm, the state in which you exist. Today, through the MahaSadashiva Murthi, Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Swamiji is going to be conducting some of the most unique, some of the most powerful and very special initiations for all of us. Swamiji is going to be taking all of us through this process and awakening our brain grooves. through this powerful process. So Swamiji is going to be initiating all of us to rewire our brain, awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brain and the subtle brain grooves that Swamiji was explaining. And the second initiation we are going to be receiving is super brain, awakening the brain's ability to have telescopic and microscopic vision. The next is Aham Spurana process. Swamiji is going to be initiating all of us to be able to awaken the brain grooves by visualizing the 25 heads of MahaSadashiva. It's a very powerful process that Swamiji took all of us through, describing the 5 faces of MahaSadashiva, right? In this process, Swamiji is going to be taking us through that visualization and awakening the brain grooves through this particular visualization process. And this is going to be a very, very powerful initiation. From morning till now, we've learned about conscious elasticity. We all understood about Shiva Vidya from the Mrigendra Agama. Then we understood about how you can rewire your brain. We also understood about how you can train your brain to reflect the cosmos and how we can awaken super brain through superpowers. So all of these are the topics that we covered from morning till now. Now, the time has come for all of us to get ready to receive this very, very powerful, profound initiation from Swamiji. How many of you are ready for, excited and ready for today's initiation? Put in the chat. Ma Leah Khori, you're asking how do you access these satsangs of Swamiji's, this Q&As? I know it is absolute delight and it's really such a joy to sit and listen to Swamiji's satsangs. All of these are available on SPH YouTube channel, Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda, our official YouTube channel. So you can subscribe there and you will have multiple playlists, especially Inner Awakening is a separate playlist there. And you'll also see question and answers as individual playlists available on the YouTube channel. And we will also send you this link today as a part of your homework. You would also be receiving these links, so you can enjoy these satsangs. Okay, so now I see so many yes. Oh my God, all of the chat is flooded with yes. I know you're all very excited. Now it is time for us to get ready. Can I request all of you to settle down in front of the cameras? Please have your Atma Murtis behind you. Ma Kemi, it is very nice to see the beautiful little temple and the setup of your Atma Murti. It's very nice. And very nice to see you sitting in a traditional sari. Actually, we recommend every one of you, when you sit for initiation, sit in a traditional attire. That enhances your experience of the initiation even more. So you all can have your Atma Murti. Keep some offering of food. Yes, Ma Veralushi Agostino, I can see your Atma Murti as well. Yes, all of you set up, have a proper setup, keep your Atma Murtis and make sure you're visible in the camera and make sure that there's enough lighting. Check that you do not have virtual backgrounds and please get ready for the Darshan. Today we are going to be receiving the Darshan of MahaSadashiva Murti and we will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of MahaSadashiva Murti. Sri Mahakailasa Murti Dhyanam Shrunu Tat Brahmana Sarve Guhyat Guhyataram Param Asti Melorudhadbhage Mahan Kailasa Parvataha Sambasya Sagunasyayam Sabhaktasyendu Maulinaha Samvaso Yojananam Cha Vimshat Kotibhirayataha औनत्यमेतद्विगुणमत्यज्ञेयं द्विजोत्तमाः नवरत्नमयं तस्य मध्ये शिखरमुत्तमम् तत्रालयो महेशस्य नानारत्नविचित्रतः प्रकार गोपुरोट्टालवलभीभिर्विराजितः तथा सिंहासने तत्र महाशम्भुः सदाशिवः प्रफुल्लकमुलोल्लास पञ्चविंशन्मुखोज्ज्वलः धृतनानायुधद्भेदास् पञ्चाशत्करमण्डितः पुल्लरक्ताम्बुजातात श्रीबाह्वं प्रियगुलोज्ज्वलः विचित्ररत्नकीचितभूषणैरपि भूषितः अनेककोटिसूर्याभः परमानन्दविग्रहः अप्राकृततनुः श्रीमान् लक्ष्यलक्षणवर्जितः यतो वाचो निवर्तन्ते अप्राप्य मनसा सह गङ्गाश्रयजटाजूटश्चन्द्रशेखाविभूषितः भस्मोद्धूलि सर्वाङ्गो व्यालयज्ञोपवीतवान् कपालमालाधारी च व्याघ्रचर्माम्बरावृतः प्रतिवक्त्रं त्रिनयनो भक्तसर्वार्थसद्सिद्धिः प्रसार्य दक्षिणं पादं कुञ्चयित्वेत्तरं पदम् अभयं चक्रशूले च टङ्कबाणौ गदाम्बुजे खड्गतोमरशक्तिश्च परशुप्रासपन्नगान् हल्लाङ्कुशाक्षमालाश्च छूरिकाध्वजदण्डकौ वज्रकुन्तांसिताधंश्च क्रकंश्च भिण्डिवालकम् पञ्चविंशतिबाहाभिर्दधो नो दक्षिणै शुभैः वरचापौ मृगं शङ्खं खेटपाशापरश्वधान् मुद्गरं डमरुं घण्टां रुद्रवीणां च पुस्तकम् कपालमुण्डखट्वाङ्गं भुशुण्डी परिघानपि फलकं फट्टसंवेत्रं कमण्डलुहुताशनौ कर्तरीमुसलं पिञ्छं बिभ्रं द्वामैस्तथाकरैः महान् सदाशिवस्योऽयं राजते तत्र पर्वते. This beautiful chant describes to us in great detail about MahaSadashiva, the cosmic form in which Paramashiva resides, performing the Panchakritya, the 5 faces of Paramashiva and the 5 phases of Paramashiva. Now, let us all prepare ourselves. Let us all get ready to receive these extraordinary initiations. And when we prepare for initiation, right? Whenever we are receiving these extraordinary initiations, it's not just like a metaphysical process that happens. It's extremely physical. Like you can actually feel the energy, you can experience the changes physically in your system, and they are tangible.
And the power and these would directly impact in your day-to-day life. Like you would be able to observe the changes happening in your physical body, as well as that reflecting in the very quality of your life being enhanced.
And these are not limited to the, it's not limited to just the way we see or experience reality alone, but how you can tap into your own higher potential or higher possibilities of yourself. Now, to tell you all about today's initiation, we are going to share with you all one very beautiful happening from Swamiji's life to prepare us for the initiation, to receive the initiation. So we all know our brain, we've all trained our brain very well. Like from the time you wake up in the morning, taking automatically, without much of your conscious intervention, let's say, your brain automatically heads to the bathroom, it starts with a shower. You don't even need to train your brain. Your brain is programmed in such a way. From your young age, you wake up, you go for shower, you brush your teeth, then you have your food, then you get ready. It's so automatic. Like it barely requires your function. Many times, even you, let's say, even you driving to the office, it's not a function. It's not a process that requires much of your conscious intervention. It just happens almost as an automatic process. All your emotions, the words, when people utter a certain word, you don't consciously say, oh, wait, let me figure out what emotion should I react to. It's an automatic process again. The moment someone tells a word, it triggers you. It causes joy, it causes pain, it causes anger, it causes desperation, it causes different emotions in our inner space. And that again is almost automatic, which does not require much of your conscious intervention. When we experience these awakenings, when we experience our brain normally with the day-to-day activities that we do, we experience our brain mostly from the mechanical parts, which are regularly active, which does not require much of your creativity, which does not require much of your energy. Actually, you all should know, we all human beings, it's scientific studies which is established clearly, we human beings use our brain to the minimum. We do not use the complete capabilities of our brain. And science classifies our brain into two parts. One is the mechanical parts of our brain, and another one is the non-mechanical parts of our brain, the parts of your brain that we do not access or utilize much. Now, today's initiation is going to be awakening your non-mechanical parts of the brain. Now we are going to be understanding a bit about how our brain works. See, the way how our brain functions, whether the kind of activities that you are doing or like the patterns that you are developing, everything, all these are developed based on based on the grooves that are there in your brain. Now, for this, we need to understand how, when you say that you're perceiving something, your brain is giving you a command, how exactly is this process happening in us? We need to understand that. Actually, there's a beautiful study called as the neuroplasticity. It's a field of science where your brain is studied, how your brain functions is studied. And the neurologists have identified that there's a very clear structure that exists within our brain, which corresponds to the kind of thought and the behavioral sense that we are having. And these are decided based upon the neurons that are there in our brain. Neurons are the small nerve cells that are there in our brain, and they fire. Like, for example, right now you're blinking, you're listening, you're cognizing. All of these are happening with these tiny little nerve cells called as neurons that are there in our brain and are sending the information through electrical impulses. And these informations are sent through trillions and trillions of neurons within our brain. Now, if you see, like, for example, this particular thing that you're seeing is called as it's the zoomed in version of a single connection between one neuron to the other. And this connection is called as a synapse. We're going to just understand few basics so that we understand what we are going to be receiving in today's session. So every time an information, let's say you have to blink, your brain sends a command to your eyes to say blink. Just for that one command should be transmitted. Your brain sends a signal to certain nerve cells, and each nerve cell passes the information to another in this form. So this is called as a synapse. This synapses, when multiple such synapses happen, every time your neurons fire, they create something called as a brain groove, like a channel, pathway. Which is why every time you start brushing your teeth,
You are not aware of it. Like first when you were a child, you started doing the process. At that time, the first few times you might have been conscious of what you're doing. But as and when it became a regular practice, the neural pathways or the brain groups have become so strong that even unconsciously, like you just wake up half asleep and you go to the bathroom and you are able to brush, your hands automatically move. Same thing when you just get into the car, you're able to drive to the office. Only after you go and land, you realize that, oh God, I've already arrived. How is this possible? Because our brain, in those regions, those areas, it has now become so strong. Like the channels become so strong, the grooves become so strong that automatically the information gets sent without even your consciousness. Now, knowing this, we need to first understand this wiring of the brain affects the way we exist. Like for example, we are discussing about, okay, I have patterns, I have this incompletion, that incompletion. How do I get rid of this? Now, all of these are sitting as those brain grooves inside of, meaning there are like this trillions of nerve connections within your brain, and certain nerve connections, the neural connections, the neural pathways, which have been connected to send that message to your cells or to your motor neuron for certain functionalities to execute, like some patterns that you have, like some obsessive compulsive patterns that you have. All of these are recorded in this map. And today, Swamiji is going to be removing these connections, the wrong connections that you are having, and Swamiji is going to be rewiring our brain. So if I have to put it in other words, most of the patterns that we build, almost all of them require a lot of effort from our side to break, is it not? Let's take, for example, your addictions or your habits that you really want to get rid of. There are two ways. One, you can change it. Yes, that's a good news. You can change it. But for you to put your conscious effort every single day, you have to undo the actions that you did. And you have to create a new neuron to discard the old synapse so that your brain can receive a new command and it can start building practice. But unfortunately, for people who have built it over the years, like 30, 40 years, it is going to take quite a bit of time for you to train yourself out of it. But there's another way, a very quick, fast, and the most powerful way you can do it, where an avatar intervenes and he initiates, awakens your brain's ability to reflect the cosmos. He simply just awakens the whole brain through the initiation, which automatically discards all the patterns and incompletions. Whenever Swamiji blesses us saying, I am liberating you from all the patterns now, he is talking about those hundreds of, millions of neurons, the neural connections in our brain, which is sitting inside us as patterns and which makes us do the same mistakes over and over and over again and again unconsciously. Now let's understand this in comparison with river land. Now a river land, when in a land, as the water keeps coming, what will happen? The land gets more and more deeper. The river land gets deeper and deeper. And the river, more and more water keeps getting added, the river becomes more strong. Now, let us say the river connection is just stopped. What happens next? Let's say you put a dam and you change the water course. You don't need to do something separate for this river to stop. Once you cut off the source, slowly this will just dry up and no more this channel will exist. Same thing. Now visualize this as your brain. The neural pathways, whichever you feel as wrong neural connections, Swamiji will just remove, like just put a dam and divert your energy away from patterns like self-sabotaging patterns, victimhood patterns, all of these. And you would be completely free of it without even you to think of separation first. And that is why Darshan alters the very neuroplasticity of your soul.
So, as neurophysiologists say, each time you react in certain way, you strengthen the power of the pathway. So each time when the river runs in that same rivulet, the rivulet becomes more deeper. So the river running in that same direction becomes more stronger, more permanent. Same way, in your brain also you have so many rivers: Ganga, Kaveri, Yamuna, Saraswati, Godavari, Narmada, Sindhu, so many rivers. Some are wild rivers, forest rivers. The rivers which really creates calamity by the forest flood or sudden floods, you need to make a dam and divert it in different direction. Making dam and diverting it different direction is what I call sadhana. Sadhana means making dam and diverting it to different direction. But unfortunately, we have another one biggest rivulet: engraved memory, engram, samskara, laziness, eternal laziness. One of the biggest engram. Biggest enemy for awakening non-mechanical parts of your brain, or sadhana, or for enlightenment, or for achievement, is laziness. See, once the laziness enters into your system, nothing can be done. Any big idea, tomorrow. Good idea, great. But you see, tomorrow is a good day to start. Always our elders say you should find out a right day, right time. See, today if I start, tomorrow I am not going to be there, I am busy. Dvandva vigna, dvitiya vigna should not be there. In our tradition, there is a tradition, the second day nothing should be broken. Dvandva vigna. Oh. Second day it should not be broken. Dvitiya vigna. So I'll start maybe day after tomorrow. Laziness is Maya, nothing else. So understand, no sympathy towards laziness is a demon. So, no question of allowing laziness. The first lesson in Zen they teach is the awakening your whole system, breaking the laziness pattern. Because the whole Zen is based on silent sitting. You can very easily slip into laziness in the name of silent sitting. So the very word Zen means dhyan. Zazen means sitting. You can very easily slip into laziness in the name of silent sitting. So you can very easily slip into that laziness in the name of samadhi. No. Zen first breaks that lazy mental setup. You need to break the lazy mental setup to work on these engrams and create the new awakened lifestyle. Zen monasteries, they have a tradition. Even the master, who is the head of the monastery,
will not have food if he does not work for that particular hours. They have the system of 8 hours of working. Even I created that system from the Zen only. The 8 hours physically you need to work. 8 hours mentally you need to work. Means sadhana or some other teaching, learning. See, a teacher works 8 hours mentally when he teaches. Disciples work 8 hours mentally when they learn. So 8 hours of physical work, 8 hours of mental work, naturally the 8 hours you will rest in consciousness. There will not be any unexhausted engrams. So the sleep will be deep sleep. Only when you don't work 8 hours physically, 8 hours mentally, you will have a stressed sleep, disturbed sleep, disturbed memory, disturbed mental setup. You will not feel really as you slept. So I tell you, laziness is one of the worst engram. It is not even engram, it's almost like a breathing. That's why just yesterday I decided, anybody who leaves the ashram due to laziness engram, I have decided I will not accept them anymore back. No question of coming back. If they leave because of any other engram, maybe lust, they can go and get married and suffer in few years and come back, no problem. They will understand the lesson, it's too costly. They can come back. If they have the anger, then they can leave. And because in the society, when you express your anger, you will be getting nicely beaten. That mental setup will be broken. They can come back. Or if you have greed, then you can go and learn the lessons of the greed engram. What you need to do and you need not do. If you want to come back, come back. But if there is a lazy engram, laziness engram, and if they leave, nothing can be done.
What happens in our brain? All these engrams, these patterns like laziness that we have created as literally like a physical groove in our brain. Swamiji completely is rewiring them, and Swamiji is awakening us to that highest capability of ourselves, what me, you, all of us can experience. And we all can see that during the initiation, when we receive these initiations from Swamiji, we are all literally being given the energy, like let's say supply, to completely discard all the old patterns that we create for ourselves, that we are struggling with, that we are suffering with, some to break free from. So just through this initiation, Swamiji is going to be completely awakening our whole brain. This initiation is going to be directly working on our brain grooves, awakening our whole brain, activating our whole thing. So that is a speciality of today's initiation. Now, we all know everything Swamiji tells is extremely scientific, because creating a physical change in your brain, ability to alter the brain waves, the brain patterns is possible. And this has been established once again, even scientifically as well. Just by the divine intervention, it is possible for you to change the frequency in which you exist. And each of us can experience these tremendous phenomenal changes in us just through initiation.
So today, when Swamiji is going to be giving us this initiation, Swamiji is going to first, like we learned about awakening the super brain, the superpower, right, in the previous session. And then Swamiji also explained to us about what is rewiring
Your
of
brain.
brain. And Swamiji had explained to us about how the brain actually functions. Now, today in this initiation, the very neuroplasticity, meaning how our brain grooves are structured, that is going to be seen. So let's all get ready for the initiation. Request all of you to take a few minutes and quickly get your Panchapachara Puja items and settle down. Now we are going to be entering into the darshan. Now during the initiation, Swamiji is literally awakening our brain. There's a very interesting process of how this happens. When you are looking at Swamiji, your brain, the neurons that gets fired in your brain are firing in the exact same pattern, in the exact same neural activity as it happens in Swamiji's brain. Science calls this process as mirroring of neurons. And it is exactly through this process, what we call in Hinduism as Shakti Pada, you reflect, your brain reflects the exact process. The avatar can transmit the frequency that he exists in into us. Literally, Swamiji can raise our frequency that we exist in. And this was established scientifically in a groundbreaking research that was conducted on Swamiji himself. Dr. William Collins, a leading researcher and practicing neurosurgeon at St. Louis, had requested Swamiji to study Swamiji's brain, and he wanted to study a patient's brain as well as Swamiji's brain while Swamiji is giving healing. And Swamiji readily agreed to this. Actually, Swamiji has done many amazing scientific researches and studies to show how Sanatana Hindu Dharma is real and has established all these powers and the initiations scientifically. We are going to be sending that book as a gift for all of you. Now, so this was one such experiment. This happened in the year 2005, April 2005. And Swamiji readily agreed to this. Dr. Collins was amazed at what the results had been recorded. So on the 14th of April, Swamiji had met with Dr. Collins, and it was at his office in the Washington University. And Dr. Collins wanted to measure and analyze Swamiji's and the patient's brain pattern during the healing that one of the particular participant was receiving. So here, in this case, the subject who was receiving the healing was the doctor's very own son, David. And this son had met with an accident about 10 years ago, and he had lost his motor neuron sensor. Therefore, he was not able to talk, he was not able to walk, he was not able to move, communicate, or perform normally. And his communication was just through his eyes. So that was the situation with David. And this was the doctor's son. And Swamiji was going to heal the son, David, and the study was going to be recording
what was happening in Swamiji's brain and what was happening in David's brain. And this was happening in 4 different stages. So the 4 main states in which the brain readings of Swamiji's and David's were recorded and compared. So the 4 states were, first one where they were just sitting normally. Second was when Swamiji was in the meditative space, in the space of Samadhi. Third was when Swamiji was healing, directing the energy towards David, the subject here. And the fourth was Swamiji radiating, just purely radiating the space of healing without specifically directing it towards David. And the key observations were something groundbreaking, what scientists had not even expected. And these results created new pages in the history of science. So first, it started with studying Swamiji's brain when Swamiji was entering into Samadhi. And this was something really, really amazing. Because Swamiji's brain was unusually quiet, especially the right side of the brain. It was completely quiet. And to explain this more clearly, normally for all of us, even when you are asleep, your brain is continuously active. But Swamiji's brain was completely silent. And the brain metabolism was 1/20th of normal people. This was way lesser than what Dr. Collins has ever seen even in his entire profession. Even much lower than that of calm people. So this implies that there was an enormous conservation of energy that was happening, like oxygen and other vital chemicals that would be used by the brain was getting conserved. They were not being used because Swamiji's brain was completely silent, which means zero thought. Actually, the brain activity and the metabolism were so low, at such low levels, that Dr. Collins had changed the electrodes to more sensitive ones and even adjusted them a number of times to make sure that he was getting the readings. And despite the adjustments, the readings still showed that it was at unusually low levels, which means Swamiji's brain, even when Swamiji was just entering into the space of Samadhi, which is the normal state that Swamiji is in, Swamiji's brain already showed phenomenal results. The strength of alpha waves, which actually all of us typically, we have high alpha waves, and even higher, the people who are normally stressed, they deal with, job tensions and all of that, they have high frequency alpha wave. And this was lower even than normal in Swamiji's brain, which means there was absolutely no trace of stress or anything whatsoever in Swamiji's brain.
And actually, like as she was mentioning earlier, like Dr. Collins couldn't understand it because he has never seen like that ever in his career before. He was a leading neurologist, and he saw that even the most sensitive electrodes still recorded such low numbers, and the frequencies were something never seen before, never recorded before.
And Dr. Collins remarked, interestingly, that he said that there's no such thing normal state, there's no such thing as normal state for Swamiji. And Swamiji replied that that was right, because even during the normal state, Swamiji is actually in Samadhi. Science could not comprehend what this was, because normally human beings are stressed, we have high frequency alpha waves because we all have to deal with so many things, and here Swamiji was. And especially at that time, Swamiji was giving satsang, darshans, traveling continuously. Swamiji was in his tours, going to the US. And at that time, he was amazed to see that there was absolutely no stress. The energy levels were used in such conservative manner in Swamiji's brain. And while Swamiji was meditating, then the next readings were taken when Swamiji entered into the state of Samadhi, when Swamiji was meditating. So at this time, the higher frequency brain waves in Swamiji increased. And this was found typically in people who meditated for 20 plus years. So if someone has spent their whole life, 20 plus years only meditating, only they will be able to tap into that higher frequency brainwaves. And Swamiji had this. The moment Swamiji entered into meditation, Swamiji's brain just glided to the state of one of the highest frequency brain waves. And the lower frequency waves decreased even more, decreased in strength. And this was a reverse of what is normally observed in average persons, where the lower frequency waves became more prominent during meditation for people. Like if me, you, all of us sit normally for, let's say, meditating, we have the lower frequency which typically increases. For Swamiji, it was completely the other way around. For Swamiji, the higher frequency brain waves increases. And Swamiji gave a science behind this. When the doctors exclaimed, they said it's completely, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Swamiji gave a very profound science for this. Swamiji said that when an average person, typically when we try to meditate, what do? We try to concentrate. So Swamiji said when average persons meditate, they concentrate. But when Swamiji does, he just enters into awareness. He just relaxes into that space of awareness. And that is the reason for such a huge difference, which clearly scientists could observe high frequency brain waves in Swamiji. So this was taken during the second state. Now, the next is the third state in which the scientific readings were done. The third state is when Swamiji was healing. So at this point in time, Swamiji was directly healing David, Dr. Collins' son. And Swamiji had placed his hand on David and Swamiji was healing. And when Swamiji was healing, Dr. Collins noted that Swamiji's brain readings were dramatically different, which means the right side of Swamiji's brain became much more active. You all should know. There are so many scientific researchers, all of them working into trying to see how we can activate the whole right side of the brain, because we, on our average lifespan of, let's say, about 50 to 60 years, we use right brain. The activities, the percentage of activities that we use right brain for is very, very low. It's a negligible amount because it is extremely less. And here, Swamiji's right brain was completely active. And the difference between the right side and the left sides were clearly visible. Like Dr. Collins in his research found out that the right hemisphere, that is a part which does the global thinking and rapid processing. And that was highly active for Swamiji when Swamiji was transmitting the healing energy. Let's say, like whatever takes the left brain several minutes to process, the right brain will process it in half a second. So the right side is hundreds of times faster than the left brain. So Swamiji's right brain was much more active than compared to the left. And one interesting fact that Dr. Collins had noted was that right brain is also in the timeless zone, which means the right brain does not cognize the concept of time. And Swamiji's brain was exactly in that frequency. His whole right brain was active and it was functioning such a speed when Swamiji was transmitting the energy of healing to the subject who was receiving it.
And not just that, when they compared this, like they saw the strength of the waves was so much that if someone had done that much of an activity, like Dr. Collins said, that if I had done this, I would be fatigued and I would be sleeping by the time this was over because it would have exhausted all my energy. But when they observed this in Swamiji's brain, like when Swamiji was giving the healing, of course, after giving the healing, Swamiji was only more rested and continuing to be blissful and active. And at the same time, the study was also done on David's brain. The observation was done on David's brain, where again, they noticed something really phenomenal. That in high frequency were observed that normally people cannot produce. Understand? And that too, this situation was such that David's brain, when it is being observed, David was disabled and he was not able to do even the normal activities that we all could do. But he, in his brain, he was producing some really high frequencies. The high frequencies are generally produced when we integrate information, or Dr. Collins said, when some epiphany happens. And that's also it, our brain can retain that high frequency only for a second or much lesser than a second. But in David's brain, it was recorded for the entire time when Swamiji was giving healing. So it was consistent. The brain wave was the high frequency wave, so continuously present in his brain.
And the best part is when each of us receive initiation, this is the exact space, this is the exact frequency that our brain transcends to. When Swamiji is saying, understand, when Swamiji is saying, I am literally, like many times Swamiji initiated, Swamiji is saying, I am infusing this energy into you now, or Swamiji says, he's raising our frequency now. Each time, it is a physically our brain literally awakens. It experiences this high frequency process happening inside of us when we receive that energy. So what we are seeing here as, what is happening in the subject's brain here in David's brain, that is the exact similar process that happens to us. And like we quoted Dr. Collins saying, these happen only for a very short period of time, typically for normal human beings. And that also when an epiphany happens. But here, for all of us, we experience it for such a prolonged period of time.
And in David's brain, not only were these waves being produced, but they were maintained during the entire healing session. Actually, Dr. Collins commented saying, the world is not going to believe this. This is extremely unusual. It seems as if his brain was changing and hundreds and thousands of neurons in the brain was being rewired. This is the exact word. I'm just putting from what Dr. Collins has written and published. You'll actually, this research is also available on nithyanandapedia.org, and our support desk team will also share this link with all of you, so all of you can go and refer to this research. And he saw that the highest frequency waves were being sustained in David's brain. And this also meant that a very high metabolism of the brain was happening. Dr. Collins described it as equivalent to running at your fastest speed for 20 minutes straight. Understand? Running at your fastest speed for 20 minutes straight, what metabolism will be happening in your brain? That was happening in David's brain for a person who hadn't moved for last 10 years. His brain was exactly mimicking that neural activity.
And did you know what happened after that? Dr. Collins thought, he was amazed by this change. So he thought that David could not walk for 10 years, but his brain literally did an activity that was equivalent to running at the fastest speed for 20 minutes. Seeing this, Dr. Collins thought that David would be exhausted by now. By the time the healing is over, he thought David would have he would have lost all the energy. But on the contrary, right after the healing, David said that he felt so energized. He wanted to go for a walk. He said he felt so refreshed. Understand, when we receive the healing, literally our whole brain is awakened. When we receive the healing, this is the exact change. When we receive the initiation itself, here it is just one person, and we can see the research, the results of which has astounded the scientists. And this is the exact experience that we are going to be receiving through the initiation. Swamiji is literally going to be rewiring our brain, awakening our brain grooves, making us experience the highest frequency. And literally, like what we saw now, is just a glimpse of it. we are going to be experiencing this exact same state. So get ready to awaken your whole brain.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
அடிமுடி காணாத அண்ணாமலை செந்தாலசையும் அகிலமெலாமே ஞான செந்தாலசையும் அகிலமெலாமே அறிவாய் மனிதா உன் ஞானவம் பெரிதா ஞான செந்தாலசையும் அகிலமெலாமே அறிவாய் மனிதா உன் ஞானவம் பெரிதா ஆலவாயினுது பாத வந்தவனின் பாதும் வாயனிய மூல வந்ததுருவாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உனை நான் பாத வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே சரி காரி கரி காரி கரி சனித பரி சரி சரி தரி சனித பம கரி சமகரி பம கத பம கரி மக பம த பம பதனிசா திந்தரிக்கிதா திந்தா ஜுமுக் ஜுமுக் ஜன ஜுமுக் ஜன ஜுமுக் ஜுமுக் திந்தா திந்தா ஹா ஜுமுக் ஜுமுக் திந்தா திந்தா சகரிக சரி நீ சரி நி சதா தரி சனி த பமா பதனி சரி takatari takita junutari timita tangiri kata ta gari magari sariga tajam tha trikita ta ni sarigama tom trikita ta garisa tarik tak ta padani sagari riri maga gaga pama mama da papa riga ma pada pani da sari ni sagari magari sagari sa ni sa sagari sari ni sari sani da gari sani da ri sa ni pa mariga ma da pa ma ga ma papa sani dha ma da ni sagari sari ni sari ma gari ga sama gari sani ri sa ni da sani da pa ma pa sa sani da pa ma pa ri sani da pa pa ga gari sani da ri sari gari ga maga magari sagari gari sari dani sa ri sa ni ri sani da magari sani da pa sa ni da pa magari sa tum nane bhavam nane padum ne nan padavaitene patum nane bhavam nane
हर बोल शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर हर बोल शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु चल रहा था मैं अकेला तेरे ही एक आंसू में सोना सा मेरा समंदर तेरी ही एक प्यासू में बारिश बन के मिला जो तुझ में ही मैं खुल गया नदिया के जैसे तू आया तुझ में ही मैं खो गया बोर के हर तारे सा जगमग मुझे तू कर गया द्वारे खोले तूने तेरे जग ये सारा मिल गया नित्यानंदा शंभु शंकर बन के तू जो आ गया थामे तेरे हाथों को जो तुझसे ही मैं मिल गया तुझे से ही सारी करूं, रूठा तुझ पे ही मैं करूं, तेरे खानों पे चढ़ के जग ये सारा मैंने हारा करूं, हंसना भी तेरे संग करो, रोना भी तेरे संग ही करो, मोड़ सी तेरी हिण आंखों में खुद को ही देखा करो, मेरी हर सांस में है तू, घन घन में बसा है तू, मेरी हर सांस में है तू, रग रग में जला है तू, सांस मेरी जो चली है बोलती है ये तो सुन ले रे, हर हर बोल शिव शंभु, नित्यानंद परम शिव शंभु, हर हर बोल शिव शंभु, कैलाश राज शिव शंभु, हर हर बोल शिव शंभु, नित्यानंद परम शिव शंभु, हर हर बोल शिव शंभु, कैलाश राज शिव शंभु।
சிரசினை கொண்டு அருந்தரும் சிவனே போற்றி, ஆயிரம் கைகள் கொண்டு அழைக்கின்ற தூயவா போற்றி, உன்னத சத்தியத்தை உரைக்கின்ற தேவனே போற்றி, என் நாட்டு ஜீவனுக்கும் இறைவா போற்றி, ஔஷதம் தந்தருளும் சதாசிவா போற்றி, பர்வதம் இருக்கின்ற பரமேஸ்வரனே
नित्यानंदा सत्यादित्य रूपा, नित्या नित्यानंदा सत्यादित्य रूपा, ब्रह्मा नित्यानंदा विष्णु शिव रूपा, ब्रह्मा नित्यानंदा विष्णु शिव रूपा, आनंद तांडव नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा, परमहंसा श्री नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा, आनंद तांडव नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा, परमहंसा श्री नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा, नित्या नित्यानंदा सत्या नित्य रूपा, नित्या नित्यानंदा सत्या नित्य रूपा, பிறந்தாய் ஐயா நித்யா, திருவண்ணாமலையில் விரித்தாய் ஐயா, மனித உருவெடுத்த தெய்வம் ஐயா, இந்த உலகை காக்க வந்த ஞானி ஐயா. ஞான தொடுதல் மூலமாக எங்கள் நோயை கரைய வைத்தாய் ஐயா. புனிதமான உந்தன் பாதத்தால் தலையெழுத்தை மாற்றிய ஐயா. பாதை காட்டும் பரமனுமே, பாதம் தொடவே அருளனுமே. வேதம் எல்லாம் உன்னுருவம் வரும், வெற்றி எல்லாம் உன் வடிவம். தெய்வம் என்றால் நீ மட்டும் தான் ஐயா, தெய்வமே நீ தேன் சொட்டுதான். கற்றதெல்லாம் உன்னை மட்டும் தான் ஐயா, காண வேண்டும் தினமுனைதான். நித்யா நித்யானந்தா சத்யா நித்ய ரூபா, நித்யா நித்யானந்தா சத்யா நித்ய ரூபா. ஆயிரம் கண் கொண்டு பார்த்திருப்பாய் மனிதன், அவளும் எல்லாமே தீர்த்து வைப்பாய். பார்வை படுகின்ற சிவன் வடிவம் யாரும் பாராயிடமெல்லாம் முன்னூறுவம். வேண்டும் மனதிற்குள் புகுந்திருப்பாய் நித்யா, வேண்டாதவர்களும் இறந்திருப்பாய். தாண்டி குதிக்கின்ற மனமடக்கி உன்னை தாங்கி தொழுதாலே அரவணைப்பாய். விதிக்கும் விதியாய் இருப்பவன் நீ, விதிக்குள் இருக்கும் விளைவுகள் நீ, இருக்கும் கதியாய் இருப்பவன் நீ. கவலை உறதும் கருவியும் நீ, செக்க சிவந்திருக்கும் செங்கதிரும் நீதான். சிந்தை குளிர வைக்கும் வெண்ணிலவு, பிரபஞ்சம் எல்லாமே உன் சீரிப்பு, இந்த அண்டம் எல்லாமே உன் படைப்பு. நித்யானந்தா 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 ஹரி நித்யானந்தா சிவ நித்யானந்தா ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்தா ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்தா ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்தா.
राजाधिराजाय प्रशक्यशालिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे. रामे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु. कुबेराय वैश्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः.
சனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி, நேயத்தே நின்றறிமலனடி போற்றி. மாயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி, சீரார் பெருந்துரை நம் தேவனடி போற்றி. ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி. ஈசனே சிந்தை கவலம் நேசனே, நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ. அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டேயும் இனி கரம் தந்து காத்திட்டு கருணை பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அலவத்மம் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாழ்ந்திட வாராய். அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய், அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய், அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய். அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே, நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோம். அருள் தருவாய். மூலமும் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையா கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா செம்பொன்மாழ சிற்றவை தனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே வந்தும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியனில் நிறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழு நீ ஏந்திவா அறவாடிட இதை சூழ்ந்திட திரள் சேர நீ வருவாய் அகம் உணர்ந்திட புறம் மகிழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய் विमुक्ति कारणे नादिकेश दिव्य ब्रह्मरूपने मीनाक्षि शक्ति सहित सुंदरेशने अन्नामलै उदित नित्यानंदने चित्त अचित्तெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் ஒளியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே.
Let us now first start with YouTube. You can head to youtube.com/@Nithyananda or just go to YouTube and search for Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda channel and click on the topmost live video, like and share it with your friends, and in the comment section, the live chat section, you can post your prayer and gratitude messages. The next, head to kailasa.org. If you scroll down, you'll be prompted with the WhatsApp icons. Click on the WhatsApp icon and you will be led to the group chat. Join the community and send your messages directly to Swamiji through WhatsApp. The next is X, formerly Twitter. You all can go to the official Twitter handle, Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam. Go to the topmost pinned tweet of the channel and you can reply to the pinned tweet with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar and you can post all your questions and prayers there. Next is Instagram. Head to Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Instagram account, and if you're not yet following, please make sure to follow. Click on the profile picture. You will be led to the live video. And in the live video, through the live chat section, you can post your prayers in the comment section. The last platform is Facebook. Please head to Kailasa's SPH and Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And in the live video, click on the comment section and post your heartfelt prayers and gratitude messages there. Be sure to like it and share it with your friends. And to get the best experience from the Darshan, make sure to attend the full program, the entire 15 hours. It is personally designed by Swamiji himself so that you can get the best from this initiation that we're going to be receiving. Now, let us all continue enjoying this beautiful Darshan, and each of you can post all your messages, love and gratitude as prayers, spoons, blessings, requests, as messages in all of these platforms and receive the blessings from Swamiji. To behold this beautiful Darshan.
சூதன் ஒலி மாலை என்றே கவி கோவை சொல்லே
ஜெய ஜெய சங்கர ஹர ஹர சங்கர ஹர ஹர சங்கர ஜெய ஜெய சங்கர ஜெய ஜெய சங்கர ஹர
போற்றி. அருணையில் உதித்த நித்தியனை போற்றி, மாமுதிரை மீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி. அருணையில் உதித்த நித்தியனை போற்றி, மாமுதிரை மீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி. நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா அனந்தா நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா அனந்தா நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா அனந்தா நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா 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 நித்யானந்தா. எந்தாய் போற்றி, அருவமை உருவமை ஆனாய் போற்றி. முழுவதும் இருந்த முதல்வா போற்றி, முத்தமிழ் மொழி கண்ட முகிழே போற்றி. அஞ்சல் என்றிங்கு அருள்வாய் போற்றி, அத்தான் போற்றி ஐயா போற்றி. நாதமனாவிலே நின்றாய் போற்றி, கீதமவாவிலே ஆனாய் போற்றி. நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா நினைத்தால் நெஞ்சில் நிறைவாய். நித்யானந்தா நினைத்தால் நெஞ்சில் நிறைவாய். நஞ்சு அமுதாய் நயந்தாய் போற்றி, கனவிலும் அன்பர்க்கு ஆனாய் போற்றி. கலியுகம் காத்த காலமே போற்றி, உணர்வில் ஒன்றான உயிரே போற்றி. உயிர் தாண்டி வந்த துணையே போற்றி, அருமையில் எளிய அழகே போற்றி. கோடியில் என கொண்ட நித்தியனை போற்றி.
स्मरण करो उन्हें सुबह और शाम।
भज लो नित्यानंद का नाम, स्मरण करो उन्हें सुबह और शाम।
पाओ नित्यानंद को तुम, गंगा स्नान कहे ये समान।
पाओ नित्यानंद को तुम, गंगा स्नान कहे ये समान।
भज लो नित्यानंद का नाम। स्मरण करो भजन करो, नमन करो नित्या भगवान।
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 सारा जीवन उनके चरणों में रहने का मांगो वरदान।
सारा जीवन उनके चरणों में रहने का मांग लो वरदान।
भज लो नित्यानंद का नाम, स्मरण करो उन्हें सुबह और शाम।
भज लो नित्यानंद का नाम, स्मरण करो उन्हें सुबह और शाम।
पाओ नित्यानंद को तुम, गंगा स्नान कहे ये समान।
पाओ नित्यानंद को तुम, गंगा स्नान कहे ये समान।
भज लो नित्यानंद का नाम। स्मरण करो भजन करो, नमन करो नित्या भगवान।
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 मुक्त करो हमें इस माया से, हे हम सब तेरे ही संतान।
मुक्त करो हमें इस माया से, है हम सब तेरे ही संतान।
मुक्त करो हमें इस माया से, हे हम सब तेरे ही संतान।
मुक्त करो हमें इस माया से, है हम सब तेरे ही संतान।
भज लो नित्यानंद का नाम, स्मरण करो उन्हें सुबह और शाम।
भज लो नित्यानंद का नाम, स्मरण करो उन्हें सुबह और शाम।
पाओ नित्यानंद को तुम, गंगा स्नान कहे ये समान।
पाओ नित्यानंद को तुम,
Ah,
गंगा स्नान।
Paramashiva's MahaSadashiva Murthi. I bless you all with Paramadvaita. All of you who are sitting with me now all over the world, all the beings in all the planes. I initiate all of you, bless all of you, empower all of you with the energy of rewiring your brain, awakening non-mechanical parts of the brain and the subtle brain grooves to manifest Paramashiva, MahaSadashiva Murthi. Sit now. See clearly. You have disappeared, dissolved into MahaSadashiva Murti with the 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes. MahaSadashiva with Manonmani Devi. Sit now. As
நான் தான் சிவன், நானே அவன், உன்னில் உறையும் மகாசதாசிவன்.
ಶಕ್ತಿಯ ತಿಳಿಸುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಯಂತ್ರಗಳ ಮಹಿಮಯ ತೊರೆದವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಯೋಗ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಯೋಗ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಯೋಗದಿಂದ ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಯೋಗದಿಂದ ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಸಾಕಾರವೇ ನೀನಾಗಿರುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸಾಕಾರವೇ ನೀನಾಗಿರುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಪ್ರಾಣಶಕ್ತಿಯ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಿಸುವ ಅಧಿಪತಿ ನೀ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಪ್ರಾಣಶಕ್ತಿಯ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಿಸುವ ಅಧಿಪತಿ ನೀ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ.
ஆட இனி முடியாது.
ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಬೆಳಕ ತೋಡಿ ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ತೊಲಗಿಸುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಬೆಳಕ ತೋಡಿ ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ತೊಲಗಿಸುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮಳೆಯ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮಳೆಯ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಮಳೆಯಿಂದ ಬರದ ಕಷ್ಟ ನೀಗಿಸುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಮಳೆಯಿಂದ ಬರದ ಕಷ್ಟ ನೀಗಿಸುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಫಲವ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಫಲವ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಕರ್ಮ ಫಲದ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಕರ್ಮ ಫಲದ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಫಲವ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಫಲವ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಸತ್ಯ ಅರಿತು ಪರಮಹಂಸನಾದೆ ನೀನು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಸತ್ಯ ಅರಿತು ಪರಮಹಂಸನಾದೆ ನೀನು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವರವ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವರವ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ವರವ ನೀವ ಕಲ್ಪವೃಕ್ಷವೇ ನೀನಾದೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ವರವ ನೀವ ಕಲ್ಪವೃಕ್ಷವೇ ನೀನಾದೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದೀಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದೀಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ದೀಕ್ಷೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ದೀಕ್ಷೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದೀಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದೀಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಂಡೊಯ್ಯುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಆನಂದದಿಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಂಡೊಯ್ಯುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಶಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೊಸ ಬಾಳು ರೂಪಿಸುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಶಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೊಸ ಬಾಳು ರೂಪಿಸುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. लब्धा विद्या राजमान्या ततः किं, प्राप्ता सम्पत् प्रभवाढ्या ततः किं, भुक्ता नारी सुन्दराङ्गी ततः किं, येन स्वात्मानैव साक्षात्कृतो भूत्. क्षेत्रं च स्थानं नित्यानन्दप्राप्तं, शरणागतं नित्यपादारविन्दं. क्षेत्रं च स्थानं नित्यानन्दप्राप्तं, शरणागतं नित्यपादारविन्दं. केयूराध्यैर्भूषितो वा ततः किं, कौशेयाध्यैरावृतो वा ततः किं, तृप्तो मृष्टान्नादिना वा ततः किं, येन स्वात्मानैव साक्षात्कृतो भूत्. क्षेत्रं च स्थानं नित्यानन्दप्राप्तं, शरणागतं नित्यपादारविन्दं. क्षेत्रं च स्थानं नित्यानन्दप्राप्तं, शरणागतं नित्यपादारविन्दम्. दृष्टानानाचारुदेशास्ततः किं, पुष्टा स्वेष्टा बन्धुवर्गास्ततः किं, नष्टं दारिद्र्यादिदुःखं ततः किं, येन स्वात्मानैव साक्षात्कृतो भूत्. क्षेत्रं च स्थानं नित्यानन्दप्राप्तं, शरणागतं नित्यपादारविन्दं. क्षेत्रं च स्थानं नित्यानन्दप्राप्तं, शरणागतं नित्यपादारविन्दम्. स्नातस्तीर्थे जग्नुजादौ ततः किं, दानं दत्तं व्यष्टसङ्ख्यं ततः किं, जप्ता मन्त्रा कोटिशो वा ततः किं, येन स्वात्मानैव साक्षात्कृतो भूत्. क्षेत्रं च स्थानं नित्यानन्दप्राप्तं, शरणागतं नित्यपादारविन्दं. क्षेत्रं च स्थानं
गुरुनाथं भजे, नित्यानन्द नित्यानन्द जय जय नामं भजे, नित्यानन्द नित्यानन्द गुरुनाथं भजे. गुरु परमोत्तम नित्यानन्द, गुरु सर्वोत्तम नित्यानन्द, गुरु परमोत्तम नित्यानन्द, गुरु सर्वोत्तम नित्यानन्द.
नित्यनामं भजे, गुरुनाथं भजे, नित्यनामं भजे, गुरुनाथं भजे, नित्यनामं भजे, गुरुनाथं
ga ga pa ma ga ri ga ri ga 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 da ba da ma ba ga ri ga 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 pa ma ga ri sa ni da pa ma ga ga ri ga 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 pa ma ga ri ga ri ga 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 da ba da ma ba ga ri ga 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 pa ma ga ri sa ni da pa ma ga ga ri ga 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 pa ma ga ri ga ri ga 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 da ba da ma ba ga ri ga 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 pa ma ga ri sa ni da pa ma ga मुस्कुराहट दिखे तो झट से सूर्य किरण रंग रंग बरसे चरण कमल की आहट सुनने भूमि की हर अंग अंग तरसे मुस्कुराहट दिखे तो झट से सूर्य किरण रंग रंग बरसे चरण कमल की आहट सुनने भूमि की हर अंग अंग तरसे नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा आंगन में झूला झूले तो चिड़िया भक्त सभी जा बसे उस सन्नाटे में बहती हवा जो भी कहना था कह जाए सबसे आंगन में झूला झूले तो चिड़िया भक्त सभी जा बसे उस सन्नाटे में बहती हवा जो भी कहना था कह जाए सबसे नित्यानंदा गा 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 मा गा रि गा 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 रा रा मा गा 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 मा गा रि सा नि दा पा मा गा 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 मा गा रि गा 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 रा रा मा गा 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 मा गा रि सा नि दा पा मा गा तेरे चेहरे में अलग चेतन और गहरे नयन पावन चेहरे में अलग चेतन और गहरे नयन पावन मुस्कुराहट दिखे तो झट से सूर्य किरण रंग रंग बरसे चरण कमल की आहट सुनने भूमि की हर अंग अंग तरसे आंगन में झूला झूले तो चिड़िया भक्त सभी जा बसे उस सन्नाटे में बहती हवा जो भी कहना था कह जाए सबसे नित्यानंदा गा रि गा 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 मा गा रि गा रि गा 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 रा रा मा गा गा रि गा 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 मा गा रि सा नि दा पा मा गा गा रि गा 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 मा गा रि गा रि गा 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 रा रा मा गा गा रि गा 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 मा गा रि सा नि दा पा
ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ 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 ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಿಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯೋ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಿಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಿಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಗುಣ ಪಡಿಸುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ ಬಂದು ನೋಡಿರೋ
ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ
ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರನ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರನ ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರಿಯ ದೇವಾಲಯವು ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರಿಯ ದೇವಾಲಯವು ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆಲದ ಮರವು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆಲದ ಮರವು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಹಿಂದೆ ವರವ ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ ಬಂದು ಭಾಗ್ಯವಂತರಾಗಿ ಬಾಳಿ ಜೀವನದಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ವರವ ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ ಬಂದು ಭಾಗ್ಯವಂತರಾಗಿ ಬಾಳಿ ಜೀವನದಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆಲದ ಮರವು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ
ಓಂ 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 ಓಂ. ಮಾ ಪರಾಶಕ್ತಿ ಆನಂದ ಈವಾ ಆಂಡರ್ಸನ್, I accepted your Pada Puja. I'll make you enlightened. You will become Sarvanya Pita Karta. My blessings for your daughter Emma and for you. All your debts will be cleared. You will be showered with wealth. You and your daughter both will live in abundance and enlightenment. Blessings for you.
ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ
Shakti Ananda, blessings for you. Lee Yun Luan, Lee Yun Luan, my blessings for you, your family, healthy, safe and enlightened. Blessings for your body, mind, I am with you. I will intensely shower you with energy to study hard and get transformation of superconscious awakening. Li Yun Luan, Tatastu. Chi Ching Zhu, Chi Ching Zhu, I accepted your Maheshwara Puja. I'll shower you with name, fame, wealth, high profit from investments, and all the auspiciousness. My blessings for your daughter Chi Fang Fang. Mood, joy, have confidence. Tatastu. My blessings. Xiao Li, Xiao Li, I accepted your Maheshwara Puja and I shower you with all the blessings. I'll shower you with happy, blissful relationship and successful career. Xiao Li, Tatastu. My blessings. Xiao Li, Tatastu. Su Vi Ping, Sweeping. I accepted your Pada Puja. I give you all the 6 boons you want. Enlightenment, energy, courage, blessings. You will have a beautiful teamily to sell more than 10,000 pairs of shoes as you want. I'll shower you with wealth, happiness, success in super consciousness. You will be highly integrated, able to communicate, and you will become Sarvanyapeta Karta. I'll shower you with wealth. I'll make you Sarvanyapeta Karta. Tatastu. Om, Om, Om.
Shiva
நித்யானந்தன் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். வேங்கை மனம் தன்னை கட்டுள் வைத்த பெரும் வெற்றி வாழ்வதனை தந்துவிடும் குரு நித்யானந்தன் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். வேங்கை மனம் தன்னை கட்டுள் வைத்த பெரும் வெற்றி வாழ்வதனை தந்துவிடும் குரு நித்யானந்தன் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். குரு நித்யானந்தன் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். தாங்கும் நித்தியன் பாதம் தன்னை அடையும். தாயின் மடி தாவம் சேயாய் உருகும். தாங்கும் நித்தியன் பாதம் தன்னை அடையும். தாயின் மடி தாவம் சேயாய் உருகும். தேகம் மனரோகம் எல்லாம் விலகும். தேகம் மனரோகம் எல்லாம் விலகும். தெய்வீக நிலை தன்னில் ஆழ்ந்து நிறையும். தெய்வீக நிலை தன்னில் ஆழ்ந்து நிறையும். மாற்றமில்லாததை ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் உயர் புத்தி நிலை தன்னை காட்டிவிடும். மாற்றமில்லாததை ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் உயர் புத்தி நிலை தன்னை காட்டிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். குரு நித்யானந்தன் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். ஞானம் தானே தந்த தாகம் தீர்த்துவிடும். ஆன்ம ஞானம் எனும் ஆனந்தம் கூட்டிடும். நித்யானந்தன் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். தியானம் தானே தந்த தாகம் தீர்த்துவிடும். ஆன்ம ஞானம் எனும் ஆனந்தம் கூட்டிடும். நித்யானந்தன் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். குரு நித்யானந்தன் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். காக்கும் நித்திய தெய்வம் இங்கு வருமோ? வேண்டும் வரம் தன்னை அள்ளி தருமோ? காக்கும் நித்திய தெய்வம் இங்கு வருமோ? வேண்டும் வரம் தன்னை அள்ளி தருமோ? காணும் உயிர்க்கெல்லாம் ஆனந்த தருணமோ? நித்யானந்தன் கல்பதரு தரிசனமோ?
मम माता जनकोऽपि त्वं यन्नम्मयप्पने
मम रात्रिं दिवसत्वं
कालभैरवाय नमः
जगदादिस्त्वम् अन्तस्त्वं
हे जगत्कारण
मम सङ्घर्षत्वं पूर्णत्वं
हे फलप्रदा
मम भूमिराकाशत्वं नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं मम सर्वस्वम्
तेरे चरणों में उम्र बीत जाए। मेरे संसार में केवल तू, मेरे जीवन का लक्ष्य तू ही बन जाए। मोह माया में ना फंसूं। तेरे रूप रूप है नेक, तेरी करुणा है अपार। तुझ पे प्रेम का अभिषेक सदैव करे ये संसार। तेरे रूप रूप है नेक, तेरी करुणा है अपार। तुझ पे प्रेम का अभिषेक सदैव करे ये संसार। सा 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 री 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 गा 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 म ग म ग म प ग म प म ग म ग रे सा नि सा 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 री 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 गा गा गा
ni sa ni sa ni sari ni sa da ni sari gari ma ga pa ma da pa ni da ni pa da ma pa da ni da da pa pa ma ma mata janakopitvam yennamayapane ratrim devasatvam kalamniravayanam jagadadistvam antastvam he jagatkaranam mama sangharshatvam purnatvam he phalampradaam mama bhumirakashatvam nityananda mama sarvasvam nityananda mama sarvasvam सनातन धर्म के उधार सकल जग दुख दैत्य संहार तुझे जो टोके वो अपने मरण स्मरण कर लेना उनकी आचरण सहन करेंगे तू अपनी जन्म कारण पूरी कर ले तेरी शरण शरण में आए हम साथ तेरे हैं हम मम माता जनकोपित्वम् मम माता जनकोपित्वम् मम माता जनकोपित्वं नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं मम सर्वस्वं मम सर्वस्वम्
स्मरण करो भजन करो नमन करो
समान।
भज लो नित्यानंद का नाम।
கரம் தாங்கி நித்யன் யுகம் காக்க வந்தான், வரம் தந்து எம்மை வளம் காண செய்தான். உளம் கொண்ட மாறான எண்ணங்கள் நீக்கி என்றும் நித்யானந்தம் கொண்டாடச் செய்தான். சரணம் குரு நித்யானந்தா, கருணை பொழிவாய் நித்யானந்தா. சரணம் குரு நித்யானந்தா, கருணை பொழிவாய் நித்யானந்தா. மலர்விக்கும் மாற்றங்கள் எந்நாளும் வாழ்வில் செயலாக்கும் சீற்றம் எனும் சக்தி தன்னை மகிழ்வோடு நித்யன் விதை செய்து ஏற்றும் உயர் வாழ்வுதான் கல்பதரு தரிசன நேரம். சரணம் குரு நித்யானந்தா, கருணை பொழிவாய் நித்யானந்தா. சரணம் குரு நித்யானந்தா, கருணை பொழிவாய் நித்யானந்தா. யுகம் தோறும் மாறாதவை யாவையும் நாம் உணர்வாலே ஏற்கும் உயர் புத்தி தந்து. யுகம் தோறும் மாறாதவை யாவையும் நாம் உணர்வாலே ஏற்கும் உயர் புத்தி தம்மை இனம் கண்டு கொண்டு இறை வாழ்வு காணும். இனம் கண்டு கொண்டு இறை வாழ்வு காணும். நிறைவான காலம் கல்பதரு தரிசன நேரம். நிறைவான காலம் கல்பதரு தரிசன நேரம். சரணம் குரு நித்யானந்தா, கருணை பொழிவாய் நித்யானந்தா. சரணம் குரு நித்யானந்தா, கருணை பொழிவாய் நித்யானந்தா. நிதம் வாழ்வில் மாற்றங்கள் நாம் கண்ட போதும் கணம் தோறும் மாறும் சொப்பனமாமி வையம்.
श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमा आगमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमङ्घ सद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराज गुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढै जगद्गुरुश्रीदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
This is very, very beautiful Darshan. Just to see today how the way Swamiji was, it was so beautiful, isn't it? And we have a very special announcement. Tomorrow we are going to be having a very special initiation for all those couples who are looking to conceive a baby and you want blessings for it, whether you're not being able to conceive a child or you want to conceive an enlightened child. Tomorrow we are having a very special initiation where Swamiji is going to be blessing the couples who want to conceive a child with a very special initiation. We call it as Apple Baby initiation, but actually Swamiji is going to be blessing for an enlightened child to be born for you. So all the couples that are looking forward to conceive a child, you can get an apple or a pineapple and come for tomorrow's darshan. Both of you should have one. And if you know any of your relatives who have been childless, who have been looking to have a child, and for various reasons, it might be some medical reasons, any reasons, they are not able to conceive, you can definitely invite them. And even any couple who want to conceive and they want to conceive an enlightened child, you can invite them for tomorrow's darshan. Make sure that you're bringing an apple and or a pineapple, both for each of you. And Swamiji says it's only apple or pineapple that can actually hold the energy. And Swamiji will be blessing the couple to have a child. And if you have anyone who's been really yearning to have a child, have the blessing of having a child, you can invite all of them for tomorrow's program. And tomorrow is a special day focused on healing in relationships. Tomorrow, we strongly recommend every one of you to attend as a family together. If you are all there as a family together, and if your family members are there in any other part of the world, invite them to join tomorrow. When you join and attend the program together as a family, it is immensely beneficial. So do not miss. Please be there tomorrow. Attend the program as a family together. And yes, as we were mentioning also tomorrow, any relationship you want to experience completion with, you could invite them. And let's now enter into power manifestation session. I know today's darshan also too amazing. And Swamiji has initiated all of us to also manifest the powers of length, breadth, and depth dimensions. So every one of you sitting here, we're all blessed the power of consciousness over matter, being able to move the objects on silicon surface. From morning, we've been manifesting different dimensions of this power. Now, in this, right after this session, in this space, we are going to be manifesting this power where you're able to connect, experience the manifestation of consciousness, where you're able to just experience the power you have over the matter, over reality, over any situations in your life. Now, in this round of power manifestation, I request all the participants to place any deity on a silicon surface. Swamiji's Atmalinga, Atma Murthi, anything you have. Just put that on the silicon surface. You can actually see the deity will simply listen to you. It will just move and manifest. Requesting every one of you to sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Just connect to Swamiji. You will see the way Swamiji immensely just radiates and the way he'll manifest, especially right after the darshan. We don't even need to talk much. Just sit in the space and manifest. Connect to Swamiji. For those of you that are not able to manifest, or you feel like, you want to start with something different, one of the best things you can manifest if you have your Atmalinga is just put your palm in the front, connect to Swamiji, and experience the Atmalinga standing up on your palm. Upright, it will stand on your palm. Just, you don't need to do anything else. Just keep your Atmalinga on the palm, keep your palm straight, connect to Swamiji automatically just through the power of initiation. Swamiji says this is one of the most easiest powers because it does not need your conscious intervention. It does not need you to interfere at all, in fact. Just sit, connect, hold the Atmalinga on your palm. Can I request everyone, all of you, whoever have the Atmalinga, just keep your palm, the Atmalinga on the palm. Ma Karin is asking, what if they are very far away, not Hindu? It does not matter. Swamiji tells the gifts that Swamiji has gotten is not limited to religion. So please invite everyone of your family members wherever they are. Oh wow, many of you you're so excited for the initiation. Ma Susan Solander, it is each, in the couple, each one will have one apple. Wow. Now each of you please place the Atmalinga in front. Just keep your palm in front of the camera. Keep your palm straight. Do not move your palm. Keep the Atmalinga flat on your palm. Automatically it will raise. Actually, I'll show you all a video how beautifully it just stands up. Just sit now and manifest. Each one of you will be able to connect just through Swamiji's initiation. You will be able to manifest this. Sit now. Chant the Mahavakya. You all can see the Sakshi Pramana. You can see actually how the Atmalinga stands up in this, one of the Balasantas manifesting. Connect to this. And if this person can manifest, you too can manifest. Just connect, chant the Mahavakya. With the blessings and the initiation right now, you'll be able to experience the breakthrough. Let's start the manifestation.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Please relax. If you can please relax.
How many of you manifested? Please share it with us. How many of you were able to manifest?
See, please understand, Atmalinga Swamiji says it's not even consciousness over matter. It is you experiencing consciousness. Because when you are connecting to consciousness, you are literally manifesting that experience. You are manifesting that oneness. You're manifesting that intense connection. You will simply be able to experience that as reality. So, hope all of you were able to manifest it. And even if not, don't worry. Atmalinga's consciousness, you will just experience it. Now, in this same space, let us all enter into the next session of our day today. We've been understanding the different perspectives of how our brain is wired and how you can rewire your brain. You can train your brain to reflect the cosmos.
Now, what we are going to be entering into is about, first, yesterday we learned about the existence of parallel universes, vertical time zones, right? Swamiji is going to be explaining in this section how our brain can access the multiple dimensions of the cosmos. And then we're going to be learning about a universe called as frequency universe. So now let's enter into that section.
Please understand, your brain is actually constructed, capable of grasping, cognizing, and functioning. Understand the word functioning in multi-dimensions of the universe. Listen carefully. The form I am using is not same. The language I am using is not same. The cognitions I am manifesting is not same. For example, the eyes with which I am seeing all of you, the same eyes are not used in Kailasa, or in Satyaloka, or in Tapoloka. But one thing is same, that is this breathing. Understand? Understand? The air I inhale goes to Kailasa and comes back, comes out. Listen carefully. The eyes with which I am seeing you is not the same eyes I am using in Kailasa. The form I am using is not the same in Kailasa. The words I am using is not the same in Kailasa. The cognitions I am using are not the same in Kailasa or Tapoloka or Satyaloka or in all these 11 planes. I should use the word 11 dimension, not planes. 11 dimensions. Because 14 planes. In this plane, in this dimension, you have access to 3 planes. In Kailash dimension, you have access to 2 planes. I think it is too confusing, so just listen to this word, 11 dimensions. Let's stop with it. So the body I am using in this dimension is not the same body I am using in that dimension. The words I am using in this dimension is not the same words I am using in that dimension. The eyes I am using here is not the same in that dimension. The cognitions I manifest is not the same in that dimensions. But the breathing I am doing is the same in all 11 dimensions. That is the common thread which connects the consciousness with this body. If your breathing is intensified, by attentively listening to a truth, it will crack a component in your brain which will give you access to Satyaloka. Understand? If your breathing is intensified through dancing, kirtan, it will crack a component of your brain which will give you access to Kailasa, because our kirtan is directly from Sadashiva. Understand? This Tirukkailaya Vadyam, there are 27 items. Unfortunately, only 20 items are available now. The 7, we don't even know how to make them. And in the 20 also, our laziness, we have not procured all the 20. These Vadyams and this 108 Karana are directly from Sadashiva. Listen carefully. Totally there are 1008 asanas Sadashiva has described in Agama. We are able to lay our hands only on 600 to 700, not all the 1000, because we Hindus, as usual, losing scriptures is our lifestyle. Not maintaining, not teaching, not protecting, not preserving. So we lost, I should say, at least 400. 300 to 400 we lost. So around 600 to 700 we were able to lay our hands. Totally 1008 asanas Sadashiva has described. So, if your breathing is intensified through this 108 Karana based Kirtan, our Kirtan is completely 108 Karana based. Karana means Gana in movement. Intensity in movement. Length, breadth, depth is Gana. Gana in movement is Karana. Our Kirtan is completely based on this 108 Karanas. So, with the Karana, because of these Karanas, if your breathing is intensified, a component in your brain is electrocuted by that prana, which gives you access to Kailasa, which gives you the perception and cognition of Kailasa. The day you have the vision of Kailasa, you are born in Kailasa. So then you start existing in both planes. You start experiencing two-dimensional life. The more dimension life you manifest, more fulfilling you are, more complete you are, more Sadashivatva manifests through you. Understand? Understand? Through puja, if your breathing becomes very, listen, intense does not mean through dance, getting intense will have a different physical expression. That will naturally be like a big hyperventilation kind of an action. But through puja, when your breathing becomes intense, it will not be hyperventilation type, it will be deeper ventilation type. Like Sahasradala Pangaje Shagala Sida Rashmi Prabham Varabhayagarambujam Vimalaganda Pushpambaram Prasannavadanekshanam Sagala Devata Rupinam Smarechirasiyam Sagam Tatapimana Purvam Gurum. It's actually Dhyana Sloka for Guru. I can see very clearly Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Sahasradala Pangaje Shagala Sida Rashmi Prabham Varabhayagarambujam Vimalaganda Pushpambaram Prasannavadanekshanam Sagala Devata Rupinam. On the 1000-petal lotus, Varabhayagarambujam, Vara Abhayakara, Prasannavadanekshanam, with a beautiful, alive, Prasanna Vadana, smiling, welcoming. Prasanna cannot be translated just as a smiling or welcoming. Prasanna should be smiling, welcoming, alive, illumined, graceful. All that words should be added. Prasanna is something which brings you to the present. Prasanna vadane kshanam sagala devata rupinam. Embodiment, or in the form of sagala devatas, all the gods and goddesses. Smarechirasi hamsaham tatapimana purvam gurum means with my breathing flow, hamsakam. See, hamsam is the integrity syllable of your breathing. Listen carefully. Integrity means being what you are known for. If a lion is known for something and it does that same, it is integrated to being a lion. An elephant is known for something and it is doing the same thing, it is integrated to being an elephant. If suddenly elephant starts eating the flesh, what will happen? He is not known for it. If he does for what he is known, he is integrated to it. So, the integrity syllable of your breathing is hamsam. Hamsam. This hamsam is the ajapa japa mantra, unchanted mantra which gets chanted continuously by the integrity of your breathing. When your breathing gets into your system and comes out, the natural sound it makes is called hamsa. Hamsam. Understand? Where this hum sound takes a turn of some sound is Sahasrara. That is where Guru is sitting. That is why it is called hum. Please listen carefully. That is why he is addressed as Hamsakam. Where the hum turns into sam, his akam resides there. That is his house. If the hum does not turn into sam, you are savam. Understand? If the hum, listen carefully. If the hum is 100 unit and sam is less than 100, 99, you are just aham. If the hum is 100 and sam is 100, you are hamsa, jiva, individual soul, who had pratyagatma chaitanya jagrata. If the hum is 100 and sam is 101, you are paramahamsa. Listen carefully. This hum-sam proportion decides the level of integrity you have in your system. This hum-sam, that decides how many dimensions in your brain are open and available, accessible to you. Listen very carefully. If this hum is 100, some is less than 100, you are in the plane of agam, human. Boo. If the hum is 100, some is also 100, you are hamsa, jiva who is awakened. If the hum is 100, some is even 101. You started entering into the Paramahamsa dimension. Means the Guru component has started manifesting in your jiva. Means he started mixing in your taste of life. What is your desire? Your Guru's desires. What is your taste of life? Your Guru's taste. What is your joy? Your Guru's joy. What is your opinions about death? Your Guru's opinions. What is your opinion about life? Your Guru's opinions. His taste, if it has started mixing in your brain, some proportion drastically increases. Understand? Actually, I am explaining the whole science of opening different doors of multi-dimensions of the universe to you. And now if you are opening your sleep dimension, your Sushupti dimension, Patala Lokam only will open for you. So please, do not plan for Patala. Let's plan for Kailasa. Your breathing becoming intense, especially through certain activities, opens up those dimensions, those planes, and your brain awakens the ability to have access to those dimensions. Listen. Now, you are intensely listening to this truth, and even if it is going above your head, you are trying to let me. Then your breathing actually gets into certain subtle flow, which is intense. Subtle don't think means shallow. No. In subtle breathing also it gets intense. During the puja, that subtle intensity happens. During the kirtan, raw intensity. During the yoga, a programmed intensity. Understand? Regulated intensity is yoga. Raw intensity is karana, kirtan. A subtle intensity is while during puja or during the satsang. Now, your breathing is getting subtle. It will go and hit a component in your brain which will open your ability to access Satyaloka. Listen. Each of the activity and the prana intensified through that activity opens up a component or a part of your brain construct which gives you access to the different dimensions of life. 3 lines. 1. Integrity is being what for you are known. That's all. Second, various methods of making your breathing intense opens up different components and parts of your constructs of your brain, gives access to different dimensions of universe. Third, very carefully listen very carefully. Neither my form nor my words can be equivalent to my breathing space. Because all these are different in other dimensions, but only my breathing is same in all dimensions. The air inhaled goes to Kailasa and gets exhaled. Facing yourself in the parallel universes will make you manifest powers spontaneously. Facing yourself in the parallel universes makes you manifest powers and Paramashivatva spontaneously. So listen. Asserting your identity, yourself, is your nature. Assuring your higher existence to yourself, giving you the experience and opening of your higher existence to yourself is my responsibility. Listen. Asserting your self, asserting your identity is your responsibility. That is the way you live. Wherever you go, you assert your identity. You manifest everything as you identify yourself. It's from that point, that unit with which you measure everything. The unit of your life is your identification about you. How you perceive you is the unit with which you measure whole universe. If you identify yourself as a joyful person, you measure the whole universe with that unit. If you identify yourself as a rich person, you measure the whole universe with that unit. If you identify yourself as a poor person, you measure the whole universe with that unit. How you assert yourself is the unit with which you measure universe. That's the way you live. That is your responsibility. That is your existence. The first powerful cognition, understanding, satya, you need to grasp is, even now, you have a simultaneous existence in waking state and dream state. That is why very casually, spontaneously, you can slip into dream state and come to waking state without any effort. Sometimes when the brain fog is too much, you start feeling that there is no gap between the dream state and waking state. I can see when people stare into my screen, I tell them, I am in front of you in waking state Please don't mistake, I am appearing in your dream state. In parallel multiverses like Suvargaloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, and Kailasa itself. More than next to Tapoloka is Satyaloka, and beyond the Satyaloka is Vaikunta, the Parandama space. Satyaloka is the space of Parabrahma. Then the Vaikunta, Parandama space. Then Shripuram, Parameshwari's space. Then above all, Kailasa. Above the Kailasa, Mahakailasa, Paramashiva space. Kailasa is where all the Anga Devatas and Avarana Devatas, everyone lives. People who achieved the Salogya, Samibhya, Sarubhya, Sayujya, Mukti with Paramashiva, all of them exist in Kailasa. In Mahakailasa, he alone exists. The part of you which you denied due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Sometimes you know you have the higher possibility, but even you have the fear, you may not be able to handle yourself in that higher possibility. Fear that you may fail, collapse, fall down again and again. Because of that fear of failure, the possibility which you deny is your identity, your self in Swargaloka. The whole which you are denying is yourself in the Swargaloka. When you decide to live that whole, by being ferocious with your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, saying, hey, if I fail, it's okay. Failing is not wrong, but being in the space without trying is the real crime. Next sloka. See, sometimes when you hear me talking about Arunagiri Yogeshwara, my relationship with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, how I had the initiation into Paramadvaita. Even if you don't agree with all my lifestyle, theories, principles, you feel, I think this is possible. This is possible. Maybe this possibility is available even for me. Not only for him, even for me it is available. It is possible. That clicks. Anything which clicks with you as possible, that is yourself in Maharloka. When I describe my higher possibilities, if it clicks with you, I feel this is possible even for me. When I narrate about Arunagiri Yogeshwara or my death experience in Varanasi or my enlightenment experience in Arunachala or my experience of feeding Ganapati, how many of you feel, this is possible even for me? I don't think he is lying there. He may be doing many things which I may understand, may not understand, but he's not lying there and he's not telling lies. This possibility exists. Even I feel it is possible for me. How many of you click with those possibilities? Raise your hand. If it clicks with you, that personality, that self of you, which clicks with the higher possibility, is your identity, your self in Maharloka, Mahaloka. When you decide ferociously with a super determinism, will persistence to face your highest possibility which is clicking with you, you manifest yourself, you face yourself spontaneously in Maharloka. I tell you, when I heard the story of Nambiyandar Nambi feeding Ganapati, I had the glimpse of my possibility of same. And I ferociously decided to face my possibility and manifested Maharloka here by facing my identity, myself in the Maharloka, and fed Ganapati. Ganapati ate. Ganapati ate from Nithyananda of Maharloka, not from Nithyananda of Bhuloka as you think. Finally, all 14 Loka Nithyananda merged into this Nithyananda as Paramashiva. But when Ganapati was eating, he was eating from the Nithyananda of Maharloka. Nithyananda, address, Makarloka, Maharloka. Nithyananda who stays in Mahaloka, from his hand Ganapati ate. Not the Nithyananda whose ration card address is Bhuloka. The beauty is that Tiruvannamalai is such an amazing cosmic airport. You can just beautifully slip, go up, come down very smoothly. The whole ecosystem's chemistry is that. Nithyananda staying camped at Mahaloka fed Mahaganapati. So understand that. Janaloka means where billions of beings exist in complete sync. All of them are in the state of Advaita. All of them feel one with each other. Listen, Nithyananda of Janaloka experienced the oneness experience 360 degree at the age of 12. If you know what I experienced, what I describe as first enlightenment experience, that 360 degree, I felt I am alive. How much I am alive in this skin, The same level I am alive in the stone, plants, everything around me. After that, I could not even pluck a grass. Even for puja, I will only take the part of the grass, leaving the grass to live. Only one part I will take it and offer it for puja. I cannot uproot a grass. Because I know I exist. I exist. I exist. Nithyananda stationed at Jana Loka experienced the oneness, Advaita with everything, and landed into the Nithyananda stationed at Bhuloka. Arunachala hill is connected to the whole, all 14 lokas. He is 14 loka. Embodiment of 14 loka, Paramashiva. All 14 lokas are within him. Arunachala has the address in all 14 lokas. If you write letter Arunachala Bhuloka, Arunachala Swarloka, Arunachala Maharloka, Arunachala Janaloka, Arunachala Tapoloka, in all 14 lokas, there won't be any address confusion. Simply the letter will be delivered. Because in all 14 lokas he exists. And more. Because he is the linga. He is the linga. Not just sangha. Ability to convert the number into frequency. Understand? Listen now. All number, when it goes round, it is called frequency. 0 is just converting number into frequency. Like a plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Becoming minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Becoming circle. Happens centered on 0. Grasp it. Converting number to frequency. Number to circling is centered on 0. If it is just plus, it is logic, number. If it is plus and minus, it is frequency, circle. How many of you are getting it? Plus and minus together is circle, frequency. The number becoming frequency happens centered on 0. That's the next universe. Frequency universe. Heart, breath, dimension of life. Number just flowing. linear motion is length, logic. Number becoming frequency, circling. All frequency is circle. All frequency is circle. How many of you are understanding? All frequency is just circle. Different circles, the formation of different levels of circles is frequency. Half circle, full circle, quarter circle, line becoming circular is frequency. Move from logic universe, number universe to frequency universe. That is why only Hindus are able to identify, understand, reveal about zero. Because it is centered on zero, logic becomes frequency. Only if you see one side, numbers, it is logic. If you understand both side numbers, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you will see the number is becoming frequency. It is becoming circle. Digit becoming mother tongue, getting processed, the result again becoming digit is only the number universe. Digit becoming mother tongue and your emotion frequency, which is deeper than your mother tongue, getting processed as frequency, again getting converted into your mother tongue and becoming number is the next parallel universe called frequency universe. Is zero is Purna? No. Zero is not Purna, it is Shunya. When zero becomes frequency, I'll give you this example. Listen. See, this is zero. This is Shunya. But when it vibrates, it becomes infinity. That is Purna. Zero, when it vibrates, it's Purna. Purna, when it is dead, it is Shunya, zero. Zero, when it vibrates, when it becomes frequency, it is Purna, infinity. Understand? Zero, when it vibrates, it becomes infinity. Listen to the next important thing. Listen to this. This is too important. See, this whole number becoming frequency, this whole thing, if this is manipulated, operated, fueled by the electromagnetic force, it is called artificial intelligence. This whole artificial intelligence is nothing but playing with the number using electromagnetic force as the fuel. Same playing with the number universe, parallel universe, with the consciousness as the fuel was done by our Hindu ancestors in Puranas and idihasas with electromagnetic power and nuclear power. If you fuel this number universes, this number rhythms and patterns, it's called artificial intelligence. World's supercomputer, artificial intelligence, all this is nothing but playing with the frequency universe fueled by electromagnetic force. Same, playing with the frequency universe fueled by nuclear force. Modern science could go only up to this 4 level. Playing with this frequency universe with the force of electromagnetic force and nuclear force. Our ancestors played with the frequency parallel universe through conscious power. Listen. From now, I'm not going to give you theories. I'm going to lift your consciousness to the next level, to give you the glimpse of parallel universe. All I need to do is, if I give you even one glimpse of first layer parallel universe, then I can easily take you to the next. The first layer parallel universe only I am pushing. This first understanding about number universe and frequency universe. If you are able to grasp it, raise your hand. This idea of number universe and frequency universe. Raise the hand. Great. Now, fueling the number universe and frequency universe with the electromagnetic force is artificial intelligence. How many of you are understanding this? All this supercomputer, everything is nothing but playing with this frequency universe with electromagnetic force. That's all. I have defined the whole supercomputer, artificial intelligence, in this one line. How many of you are getting it? This one line is the definition of the whole artificial intelligence. Supercomputer, everything. Fuel it, empower it with electromagnetic force. It is artificial intelligence. If the same is empowered by consciousness, you will do billion times better than what artificial intelligence can contribute to the humanity. Understand? Number universe, frequency universe, there are multi-layer, multiverses, the parallel universes. Understanding all of it and empowering all of it with your consciousness. The Pushpa Vimana Ravana used and all is the conscious fueled flight. If Rama just sits on the flight and puts his hand, and consciously. He just opens his frequency, consciousness, and inhales deeply. The flight will take off. Gives the command consciously. Move left, right. It is just conscious directed. It flies. Using consciousness as the fuel is possible to lift even physical body. Listen, not just your consciousness alone, even lifting physical body is possible using consciousness. You can see levitation. All of you levitate. The moment I initiate you, physically your body jumps. That is a preliminary level of using consciousness to raise you up. It can be done in a larger scale, proper equipment. That is what is Pushpaka Vimana. Why conscious fuel is important than the petrol, white petrol? Because with white petrol, you can go only up to certain height. With consciousness as a fuel, you can straight shoot up to the different time zones. Move to different time zones. See, if you go to the higher altitude, the world, many governments have established that station in the space research station. If you go there, your body goes through certain changes, hair growth and whatever changes. Same way, if your body is lifted with a conscious empowered vehicle to the vertical time zone, it goes through superconscious mutation. That is why if you go to Indraloka, automatically you will have 4 hands. If you go to the Swargaloka, automatically you will grow 2 hands more. Because the superconscious mutation will happen. Listen. If you go to the space station, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Same way, if you go to the Swargaloka, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Because superconscious mutation happens. Understand this step by step. Number universe, frequency universe, how the number universe can be fueled by electromagnetic force and strong nuclear force or weak nuclear force. How the same number universe and frequency universe can be fueled by consciousness. How it can be fueled by consciousness. When this frequency universe can be fueled by consciousness, you can be raised to the higher frequencies, vertical time zones. If I infuse, empower you with consciousness, and lift you to the vertical time zone, higher zones, the auspicious changes happens in your consciousness is so much It does unimaginable superconscious mutations and manifests positively in your inner space. That is what I am going to do now. This is the essence. Empowering you in the frequency universe. I have not revealed about all the 14 parallel universe. I have revealed only about 2. Because I want you to come along with me step by step. I don't want to overwhelm you. If I overwhelm you, when I go to Kailasa and turn back, only I'll be there. All of you are already dropped here and there, gone. Only I am there. I don't want that. When I get down in Kailasa from my Pushpaka Vimana, I want all of you with your luggage getting down along with me. I don't want you to get dropped here and there. On the way, oh, Swargaloka, few people got dropped. Then Makarloka, few got dropped. Then Janoloka, some got unloaded. And Kailasa, when I reach and sit, only I am there. Hey! எங்கடா போனீங்க? பாதியிலே பஸ் விட்டு இறங்கிட்டீங்களாடா? So that is why I am raising step by step. How many of you used to have a vivid experience that you can fly when you are a child? It's not like a dream. Sometimes it will be vivid experience. You can really fly. How many of you used to have this vivid, strong, like a faith dream? See, in the dream you may see, but you will strongly really believe even after waking up it is possible for you. How many of you had that kind of experiences? See, having that kind of experience is actually empowering you in frequency universe through your consciousness, through your state of consciousness. It's one of the capacities, positive conscious capacities.
Nithyananda. That was such a beautiful, I think, a series of videos that Swamiji has just taken all of us to a different universe altogether. And like how Swamiji described, right? Like it's so, it is just so sweet. And I also want to apologize for small technical glitch that happened in between. And none of you missed anything. The whole video was being played for everyone. Hope all of you enjoyed it. And this brings us to a wrap of today's program. But tomorrow is something very, very personally one of my most favorite days. Because tomorrow we are going to be learning about something that accompanies you throughout your life. From the time that you're born till you leave the body. Your body accompanies you through your journey, through your thick and thin, through everything that you go through. And it's very important to have the right understanding of health, to have the right understanding of your inner space. How do you navigate through life? And tomorrow is a very, very important day where you're going to be receiving the healer's initiation, and you're going to be, tomorrow is a very, very important day where you're going to be receiving the initiation to have enlightened baby. And it is very important that all the relationships, everything that supports you in your life, whether it's your spouse, whether it's your husband, wife, mother, father, daughter, son, friend, it could be anyone. But our relationships accompany us in all the purposes of our life. Talk about building a company or talk about building a good life, a healthy life around you. Your relationships are very important. People that you spend time with is very, very important. They help you in your goals. They help you manifest what you want in reality. Tomorrow, Swamiji is going to be giving us a very, very powerful truth on how you can have successful relationships in life. And tomorrow's initiation is a very beautiful one where any one of you want to manifest completion in any relationships. You're a couple who just got married, or you're looking for a good relationship, or as a family you would like to get blessings, or let's say as a friend, or even most importantly, even with your colleagues, your subordinates, how you can manifest successful relationships. Tomorrow, especially for the programs, the workshops that happens before Darshan, please come as a whole teamly, as a group, like your family and your team members. Bring everyone together, because tomorrow, right from the start of the day, we're going to be having some of the most important workshops that prepare you to experience the initiation and its complete benefit. So do not miss. Tomorrow is very, very important. Tomorrow, the deity is being Kalyana Sundara Murthi, and all the forms of Paramashiva through which he manifests and showers with fulfilling relationships in life. And if you are a couple looking to conceive, you're really looking to have a child, tomorrow is the day for you. It's one of the best, I should say, like I said, this is personally one of my most exciting initiations, because I've seen so many times miracles happen where kids who are blessed after, who are born after Swamiji's blessings, they're born with Shin Mudra in their hand. They're born with such smile and so much calm in their face that even doctors are surprised. There's tons of stories to share about it. But tomorrow, if you are looking to conceive, or if you have someone in your family who are looking to conceive, please invite them as a couple. They both can come at 10, and they can bring an apple or a pineapple for the blessings. Swamiji will be energizing, after which they can consume the fruit together. The couple can have the fruit and they will be blessed with a child. So make sure you don't miss out on tomorrow, and make sure you also can come dressed in red or green color. So that will also help you, like as couple, you can come in these two dresses, in these two colored dresses, and all the participants that are here. Tomorrow this is only for the people who want to conceive a child. And otherwise, tomorrow you all can come for mainly completion and fulfillment in your relationship. So it's a very special day. Do not miss out. It will transform the way you have relationships in your life. So tomorrow, every session is too important. Make sure you do not miss out on it. With this, we come to the conclusion of today's day. Let's now conclude with the Purnamanta. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Nithyananda Paramashivoham Arpanamastu Om Nithyananda.